Okay, so good morning one more time, dear ladies and gentlemen. As project coordinators of ONTOCHAIN, I am very pleased to welcome you in this second edition of the ONTOCHAIN Summit. Just to recall about ONTOCHAIN, we as ONTOCHAIN Consortium and our vibrant community of innovators are fully committed and contributing to build a trustworthy internet by developing a software ecosystem that enable online trustworthy content handling and trustworthy data and services exchange. 1 year has passed since our last summit, and you will see that numerous progress has been done. In particular, several applications answering real use cases scenario for different verticals are born from the core protocol and functionalities and services developed in the first 2 years of the project. Of course, we have still to move on towards scalability, and this will be the main topic of our roundtable today. But first, I would like also to pass the word to Luis Martinez, our project officer at the European Commission. So please, Luis.
Hello, thanks everyone for joining us. Just a couple of words about the project. The project is part of the ICT 54 topic on blockchain for the next generation internet, which is an initiative that aims at developing a more human-centric internet, supporting the values of openness, decentralization, inclusiveness, and protection of privacy, aiming to give the control back to the users, to the end users, and in particular the data. And in this case, ONTOCHAIN used a mechanism that we are very interested in the Commission called financial support to third parties, in which the project distributes part of the EU grant money through open calls to reach those beneficiaries that we cannot normally reach, that are not the usual suspects. So it is always useful, very useful for us to hear back from the project and selected winners, see if the mechanism works well enough to be continued to use in the Horizon Europe, for example, and in future framework programs. So it would be very interesting to hear about the selected projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis. So let's dive in directly in today's concern with our keynote speaker, Kristina Livitkaya, that is representing the European Blockchain Observatory and Forum, and that will elaborate on the concept of self-validating that data to sustain trustworthy internet with the key emerging requirements. So please, Kristina, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me, right? Just give me a confirmation that everything is okay and you can see my presentation. Perfect. So I'm happy to be actually involved. Thank you very much for giving an honor to be part and open with a keynote speech. What I'm going to do is to touch upon several aspects of the trustworthy internet. I will try to cut some words and call it TI for the sake of the shorteners and making the speech shorter. I made some analysis of those implementation aspects that are right now integrated in many European projects and products. And I would like to emphasize the key differences and the similarities that we have up to now compared to our regional scope of the trustworthy internet. And I will conclude with those points that we're still missing because the concepts and generally the TI is growing, maturing, and the more we actually have hands-on experience, the more lessons we'll learn. And therefore, I would like just to emphasize those things that based on my experience, the experience of our team and many of the partners, we kind of concluded those things that make sense to take into account. I will also touch on subjects or matters of the future trustworthy internet. This is mainly coming from one of the projects I was heavily involved. And I think that, again, I'm not aiming to present a different solution that the ONTOCHAIN, rather to emphasize that given different initiatives, under the European projects umbrella, we can actually marry different approaches and try to support each other for the sake of the entire distributed ledger technology community. I will introduce very briefly the concept of self-validating data, just touch the core aspects of it, and give a narrative towards the scalability, replicability, and exploitability aspects or requirements that the roundtable is going to focus on, so that I would like the audience to be fully aligned with what we're going to discuss in the roundtable. So to start with, I think we can agree all that we don't have a defined or definition for the TI, but we certainly know that it involves aspects around reliability, security, integrity of all online or digital activities, the data and interactions focusing on the data. So the entire concept is about building trust, and as it was also emphasized earlier. If we explore this concept over the web, we will see so many directions, aspects. What I try to do just to highlight or combine them all to my best abilities to do so. And I would like to just touch upon briefly all of them, including the data security, the privacy, trust as a core of it, data integrity, and also origin of the data, ethical matters, and the collaboration. And I would like to emphasize the last one as well. So for the data security, we're talking about generally the robust security measures, and often discuss or involve the domain such as cybersecurity, because this is essential, especially in developing systems that communicate with each other. This becomes a concern, and the cybersecurity is there to support us. The privacy, of course, it is essential when we deal with the data. And I think this concept starts to mature across many domains right now, because based on my experience, we have healthcare where usually the ownership of the data and generally the data is considered very, very strongly and seriously. However, this trend comes to other domains as well, from energy to healthcare now, so everywhere. And this is an essential, I think, essential event that actually shapes the future trustworthy internet. Trust reliability, of course, it is core of it. And I think that mainly we discussed the transparency and accountability here, and then how it is actually produces the credibility of the solutions that or services that we deliver. Data integrity or originality very much, let's say, reflects the point of the ownership of the data and data control. Ethical matters, and also was emphasized the non-discrimination, the fairness, the inclusiveness, and I would say the responsible use not only by the end users of the potential solution, but also the developers, the implementers of such technologies. And the final one, which is non-technical, and often it is actually not included, but I was brave enough to point it out, because when it comes to different domains, use cases, scenarios, etc., it's very important to understand the business aspects, the workflows, the pain points, and added value. I think at this point I will reflect further why I would like to emphasize that. But I think that the key message at this point from me, that when we are doing something, it should have kind of a methodology to analyze the use case or domain application in order to find the best fitting solution in terms of the technologies. So in terms of the implementation differences, very briefly, I also pointed out some of the aspects, some of the projects that will be demonstrated today later, the aspect of the diversity, as mentioned before, from healthcare to energy. So this is something that is always different. We have so many projects and all of them focusing on what they actually deliver in what domain. And implementation approach. The more I go through different papers, different technologies, more and more me and myself and many of the people meet new approaches, architectures, mechanisms, etc. However, what is actually different but still alike, what I noticed, is that we often follow the trends and the approaches. This is happening with smart contracts, now with the zero knowledge proof. And this is why I emphasize the need to analyze the business use cases, because at the end of the day, it might not be the best solution with a specific use case, yet it is very much promoted and very much discussed, etc. And I think that this is where we all have to be aware what we are doing and why. In terms of the similarities, I will not go very deep due to the, saving the time, but those aspects that you see on the screen, like trustworthy internet, decentralization, transparency, data integrity, and user control, those are aspects that more often reflected in the presentations, publications. Even though what I presented originally, there are there are much more of them. However, those that are trending now with the user control and data origin being actually right now the new, let's say, trend per se. And what we are missing, so dealing with lots of solutions and services, and I think that I would like, this is the core slide of what the message I want to bring as well, is that we have to not reapproach, but take a next level of analysis of the ecosystems, the solutions that we would like to bring to the community. The first one would be, from what we can see, is the missing concept of the broader concept of the applied concept that can be applied to various domains that could actually marry some aspects. So regardless that we have so many domains, still there should be kind of a methodology that would allow to select the best approach. And this is something that is not widely discussed. There are different teams trying to do different things, but because I'm sure we have a large audience here, I would like to bring this message. And of course, we touch upon there as well operational protocols that could be valid across different domains, industries, and be adapted to different ecosystems, such as, for example, ONTOCHAIN. Self-validation and verification of the data. This is one of the core aspects, and I will mention this more in depth during the following slides. Again, regardless implementation details, this is an additional level of approaching some technical aspects, implementation, emphasizing those needs of the specific use cases we would like to focus on for the sake of the data exchange. And off-chain storage. This is also, we are discussing so much the exchange of the data ownership. Still, I strongly have this feeling that we don't discuss that much off-chain data storage, because that would give additional layers of the, or let's say, would increase the data ownership and the management overall and control, of course. So I wanted just to share with the audience some lessons learned that we had from PharmaLedger project, which is IMI project, Innovative Medicines Initiatives, was originated with the FPA or pharmaceutical companies collaboration. It has a huge consortium and very much business oriented. So I consider this one of the most successful experiences or projects that I had. And after we finished the project, we analyzed in depth what aspects we believe affect the blockchain platform's development. Of course, our solution was towards the pharmaceutical industries, not solution, but many solutions. We had many use cases. Yet we tried to approach it from the angle of the trustworthy internet and aspects that would be valid to energy, to agriculture, etc., any domain. So we ended up with 5 layers. And these layers, let's say the down one, the lower one, represents more influence, yet all of them have the same impact on the final decision-making and implementation. And while we actually were preparing or making this the visualization of our lessons learned and our conclusions, we found that there is might be optional, might be not, but there is an intermediate level, let's say, between the data volumes and scalability, the one that we will focus in the more on the during the roundtable. So there is something missing for the sake of the data exchange that could evolve the self-validating data. I will not very much deeply focus on the technologies we use in PharmaLedger. I added the links if the team would like, also on the ONTOCHAIN team would like to explore, if it would be of value. But I wanted to just give, let's say, elaboration a little bit why we feel that this self-validated data in terms of the data exchange is critical. So generally, these concepts, based on the diagram that I shared with you, it kind of generates the usage of the distributed ledger technologies, the blockchain, also incorporates the crypto. Of course, this is essential if we deal especially with the super sensitive data. And these aspects, the integration of those technologies would be essential to ensure this level of trust. Again, we are touching upon a little bit the future of trustworthy internet. So we believe that this, we call it optional layer or level, could act as base for introducing concepts for the off-chain data storage. In the PharmaLedger, we used specific concept data sharing units, which emphasize the importance of the off-chain data storage. Yet, I think that the concept generally could be considered from other aspects or angles of other solutions as well. And with this concept, what we want to do, we want to introduce this transparency which the blockchain is looking for, but also level of fairness. And again, just keep in mind that we are talking about many domains here, and we believe that as much as we analyzed not only pharmaceutical field, but other directions as well, dimensions of the use cases, we believe that the fairness of collaboration and data exchange is also very important. So I don't know if generally the audience would agree with that, but I would leave it as a food for thought to process further. I would not go very in depth sharing all the lessons exactly learned, but what we feel is that no size fits all. And again, this concept that originated for me also in healthcare, right, in terms of the treatment, then it is moved to other domains as well. And I think that, again, I would be happy to hear from the experts in the roundtable if they feel the same. But, linking the importance of collaboration, the importance of understanding the business workflows and the real value, and understanding of what actually technologies or approaches would fit best to the specific use case would be essential. And actually, I mentioned the smart contracts. In our case, our experiment a little bit failed with the smart contracts in the specific use cases we were working, and this is why we believe that no size fits all is such an important matter to be mentioned in the community. So I will be heading towards the closing the key messages from the presentation, and based on my experience, I would like to, because the next point that we will discuss around within the roundtable would be the scalability, replicability, and the aspects of exploitability. I wanted just to give for the audience a narrative when we discuss those requirements, what it means. So when we talk about scalability, which is the focus, absolute focus today, and we fully agree, and my whole experience screaming exactly, guys, you go towards so right direction, and we are fully aligned. And this is essential, I think, to understand that the people totally with different projects have the same feeling. So the scalability is, in a nutshell, the ability of different systems to handle the increase in demands which are associated with a growing user bases, without compromising, of course, the functionalities, the performance, and the key essential perks that the specific service or system delivers. So what would be essential to consider is the design of the robust architectures, which we could also give an example of ONTOCHAIN discussed during the roundtable. And of course, the infrastructures, the protocols. So whatever deals with the better, wiser, more adaptive, more sustainable in terms of the future, future operation systems that would go to the scalability. Then we have replicability, basically how the system service can be reproduced in different environments, different domains, again, delivering the same perks as the user expects, or the same features and functionalities. Essential to consider here would be, from my point of view, some kind of standardized practices. And we talk about interoperability so much across across generally software development, and not only that. So I think that those aspects should be very much emphasized within this requirement. And finally, exploitability. Generally speaking, this requirement can be considered from two aspects. I included more technical, which deals with the potential vulnerabilities of the services, solutions, which comes from cybersecurity originally, but it can be also considered in terms of the adoption. So it's more business term or business meaning linked to the exploitation. Again, this is up to us today, what exactly direction we will discuss, but I think it would be nice to touch upon the more technical cybersecurity aspect and some security measures which are not widely right now discussed, again, when we present the solutions, yet maybe it's the good opportunity to start to talk about it. And I've done with the core of my presentation. I hope we are aligned, and I hope that this common ground is prepared for the next discussion agenda point. But before that, for the sake of the UBOF, I'm using an opportunity to make a small announcement that we are preparing a decentralized social media report. And maybe you heard about decentralized social media, maybe not, doesn't matter. We're trying to assess the awareness of the community. And if you have a few minutes of your time, it's fully anonymous. Please follow the link and just fill in the survey. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Very interesting topic around the concept of trustworthy data. Indeed, we hear about decentralized media, and yes, definitely we will try to answer this survey. So let's jump to our roundtable on blockchain-based services, and in particular their scalability, replicability, and exploitability. And for the moderation, I will leave the floor to our ONTOCHAIN technical coordinator from the University of Ljubljana, Vlado Stankowski. So please, Vlado, and the panel, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So greetings to everybody who came to follow this second ONTOCHAIN Summit. So maybe if you go to the next slide. We have assembled a panel here with really reputed and very knowledgeable people from across Europe. And perhaps we can go through a roundtable introduction. So I myself work in the ONTOCHAIN and TrustChain projects. I deal with architectural aspects of how these technologies fit together, and we analyze quite a lot about the future of, let's say, blockchain-based applications. Maybe we can go to Fabrizio next.
So, good morning, everybody. My name is Fabrizio Sistini. I'm senior expert in the European Commission since too many years to mention, and been involved in many activities, also pioneering the use of blockchain in the project Decode for decentralized data management, and also in the launch of the Blockchains for Social Good prize, which we awarded a couple of years ago. And now I'm involved in the decentralized part of the activities of the Next Generation Internet initiative.
Thank you. Jesus?
Hello, good morning. My name is Jesus Ruiz, but you can call me Jesus if that's difficult. So I am essentially define myself as a philosopher who has been building distributed operating systems, distributed infrastructures, payment systems for more than 40 years. And right now I'm focused on the decentralized infrastructures, decentralized applications, and decentralized use cases, which are the ones that can be built with the so-called blockchain technology.
Fantastic. And you also run these infrastructures in your company, right?
Well, it's not a company. I really don't work for a company since several years. I work in non-profits. Okay, for example, Alastria is a non-profit. I am board member and CTO of Alastria Blockchain Association. I'm also working with another non-profit foundation, Fireware, okay, which was a building block for building many interesting things. And this is working for enabling this basic infrastructure for society. So I don't really work for companies building use cases for those companies, even though I have helped those companies. My focus right now is in the blockchain technology, or DLTs, but DLTs on the sense of decentralized log technology, not distributed ledger technology, like many people say, as a common good for society. That's my focus.
Perfect, thanks. So Christina had just the presentation, but maybe if you like, you can say a couple of words.
Yeah, absolutely. To be honest, I'm always struggling to present myself because my experience allows me to jungle with so many hats that I'm wearing. So I ended up presenting myself, and generally what I'm doing mainly is research and development management, but quite often I'm the layer in between, and I'm involved in the product formation. So a middle layer between the higher business and the implementation team, or part of the implementation team. Quite often I play a role of the technical manager of some of the use cases. That was the case in the pharma ledger, for example. And even though my background, it comes or originates from the healthcare, technical aspects of the healthcare, and as well as economics, over the last few years, when I started to get involved in the distributed ledger technologies and the blockchain, you know, I'm actually thinking of the application of the technology across all the use cases. And I think this is where my passion comes, seeing how those things can be adapted, reused across many things. Because, you know, whenever we start to do something new, we cannot just redo it all or find a new approach for every solution we're working on. So yeah,
great, thanks.
Technical economics, so I hope to represent those aspects. Thank you.
What about Joao?
Yes, good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me. It's really a pleasure to be with all of you this morning and to discuss blockchain with Jesus. I mean, how could I miss it? So I come from the European Commission. I'm the head of sector of the building blocks, and one of the building blocks that we have is actually a blockchain. It's a separate blockchain from all the others. It's built with a member state. It's called the European Blockchain Services Infrastructure, EBSI, in case you know it. And we focus on the verifiable credentials front in making information exploitable by Web3. And that's why I'm here.
Fantastic. What about Luis? He's again from the Commission.
Hi, I am the project officer of ONTOCHAIN, and it's one of the few H2020 projects that I have left. I'm focused more now in the Horizon Europe, involving the photonics and integrated circuits, but I've been project officer of several blockchain and NGI projects, so I have a little bit of experience there, yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
What about Ramesh?
Yeah, hello everyone. So I serve as the chair of the IEEE blockchain technical community. For folks here who are not familiar with IEEE, IEEE stands for Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers. It's one of the largest technology organizations. It's a nonprofit organization with about 400,000 members in 160 countries. And you probably know about Wi-Fi standard, Bluetooth standard, even Ethernet standard. They're all based on IEEE standards. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Sebastian.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Sebastian Becker. I'm based in Munich, Germany, where I run my own strategy consultancy, The Brain Behind. I'm a board member at INATBA, the International Association of Trusted Blockchain Applications. And in previous roles, I was also involved in the EPSI pre-commercial procurement programs by the EU IP office and other European initiatives. And as part of INATBA, we are, of course, trying to, let's say, foster the exchange between the Commission and public initiatives and the membership base, as well as the industry.
Okay, fantastic. So now let's go to the roundtable discussion. I will share my screen, actually. We prepared some questions to be discussed in this panel, and maybe, you can join in whenever you feel you would like to say something. But let's start with, actually, in our project, we deliver a big, let's say, a very rich software ecosystem with a lot of functionalities that are mainly connected to the blockchains, but also to other technologies. And we try to explore and see how these technologies can be put for the benefit of the citizens of Europe, respecting human rights, caring about the nature and society, the living animals in this world, and so on and so on. So in this context, I just want to ask the first question: what kind of new blockchain technologies can we expect in near future to address maybe this kind of needs that we as citizens in Europe have? So I think whoever likes to start in this can.
I don't mind to start, because, as I said, we are using blockchain exactly for this purpose, for the good of society. So in EBSI, the European Blockchain Services Infrastructure, what we are trying to do is to use blockchain to support the creation of verifiable credentials, so the creation of verifiable information, which we believe it's quite important for the public sector, because, as you know, the public sector issues a lot of information, which today is not verifiable. So a PDF cannot be verified. You cannot know the authenticity, the integrity of that document. So the way that we use the blockchain is to support the verification of information coming from the public sector, issued according to the W3C verifiable credentials standard. That can be a diploma, that can be a social security, as we call it, PDA1, meaning when you are posted to another member state or country. And the blockchain essentially holds the public keys of the entities that issue the information, making it possible for anyone to verify, essentially by retrieving the public keys of the issuers from the blockchain. The information stays on a digital wallet, and the citizen keeps full control over the information, and the information, of course, is not on the blockchain. It's only with the citizen. So it means that it's very privacy preserving. So this shows that we can use blockchain in a full public sector environment, respecting privacy, and at the same time being fully scalable, because the verifier of information can be anywhere and can easily retrieve information about these issuers of diplomas, issuers of social security information, issuers of you name it. The public sector issues a lot of documents, a lot of information, and we believe that in the future this will make it much, let's say, better the way that we share information, not only across public sector entities, but also with society in general online. So this is my example.
When we discuss this, that's fantastic. When we discuss this, can you list, or maybe any other, the key problems that you see, like from technological viewpoint or from usability viewpoint, that are still unresolved and require future attention for exactly that verifiable technologies that you mentioned?
Yeah, the enablement of the public entities so that they can issue a new format, which in this case is verifiable credentials according to our profile. It's a JSON file with an electronic signature. It's not done from one day to the other. So the enablement of the issuers takes time and implies an investment. And we don't provide the digital wallets ourselves. So the digital wallets are conformance tested by us, EBSI, the European Commission, but they come from anywhere, either public initiatives or even private wallets are also part of our project. And the usability of the wallets is fundamental, and the trust of the wallets is also very important. But you need issuers to justify the fact of downloading a wallet, and eventually the wallets need to improve the user journey in general, so to be very intuitive and easy to use. So the ecosystem has to collaborate, because fundamentally you need the three. You need issuers that are willing to invest in issuing information according to a new format. You need the wallets to participate and join in this case, the EBSI ecosystem. And finally, you need the verifiers to understand that there is a new format that they can use, and it can give them the value of having automatically verifiable information. So I don't think this is a new challenge. The challenge is when you introduce a new technology, the technology per se does not bring the benefits. What brings the benefits is that the whole ecosystem upgrades to benefit from that technology. And we see that is a slow process. Let's call it like that, but definitely worth doing.
Thank you. And what about any other, if you have any ideas? Yes.
Yeah, let me maybe add that if we talk about verifiable information, we have to be, let's say, honest to ourselves and to everybody else. The fact that we know the issuer and that the issuer is signing a document does not necessarily guarantee that the data contained in the document is accurate. So in the future, we have to differentiate between, let's say, the underlying infrastructure that we provide and then the business decisions on top of this. As long as human beings in organizations are issuing documents or verifying data points about us, this might be correct data, or they might be incorrect due to, I don't know, manual input errors. But if we talk about critical infrastructure, self-driving cars, etc., we need also to think about real-world oracles that are signed by hardware. So we need to, in the future, dig a bit deeper, and that data coming out of machines, test devices, etc., are automatically signed by the infrastructure.
This is the ONTOCHAIN, yeah.
This is an important aspect, and that's why we are at INAPA preparing an industrial blockchain task force. We see many consortia working now in this. We see public initiatives like GI ONTOCHAIN and others like EPSI. But we need to paint the full picture, and we also need to talk about the difference between, you know, a human being issuing a data set and a data set coming from a machine.
And do you think that there could be other technologies, because we see some convergence, at least in our project, we received a lot of applications from everywhere across Europe, also with these oracles, but also including AI and cloud computing, semantic web, because I mean, all these technologies are essentially developed and could serve people and their needs. And what we discuss now is that we can somehow improve the quality of the information by adding verifiability. We can improve the trust in these ecosystems so that our ecosystems can start functioning, let's say, better. Do you see any other technologies that could be used in this context other than crypto? I mean, and how these two, the other technologies together with crypto can jointly add value to what we want to achieve?
We should be fair by saying, you know, one thing is blockchain, but many security aspects will be governed by cryptographic processes that are not necessarily blockchain, but cryptography. But, you know, I'm not the technical person here, so maybe we should ask Ramesh, or we should always ask Jesus, of course.
Okay, no, but I think Ramesh wanted to say something before me. And then
I was going to build upon what Sebastian was saying. You know, we are you know, talking about blockchain, which is, you know, generally it's a collection of different architectures. It's like a toolbox. You know, you have different tools for, you know, used for different purposes. So you know, when you're talking about blockchain, there's, you know, we can look at three different sectors. Like you have all this startups and cryptocurrency projects on public chains, and we have enterprises trying to look at enterprise applications on the government, right? I think so. A lot of feedback the comments we heard are like the use of EPSI and what the European Commission is trying to do with the, you know, blockchain for the government use cases, right? So I think each one of it's like, for example, the public blockchain stuff was almost like an island. They kind of try to operate by itself. And when they try to communicate with the real world, this is where the oracles come in, like I think Sebastian talked about it. But then when you're talking about the enterprise and the government blockchain solutions, they have to work with the existing IT systems, right? I mean, this is where it gets interesting when you talk about the requirements for each one of these are different. You know, so for example, in the enterprise and government use cases, it's important for the compatibility or interoperability, the existing systems. So I think I'll stop here. I just wanted to set the context, like each one of these sectors have different requirements and what's needed in terms of requirements, and also, you know, what they have to work with.
Mm-hmm. So mainly what you expose here are oracles, and then these challenges of introduction or start using technology in the context of different sectors, right?
Yeah, correct.
Any other opinions?
Well, I would like to say something. I mean, from the beginning, I think in order to think about the future blockchain technologies that we need, okay, or that will appear, in my opinion, I think that many discussions mix several concepts that are fundamentally different. For example, humans versus organizations, it has been mentioned. It's completely different. And then applications for humans, where there is a natural person involved, should be completely different than the same objective or the applications for organizations. They are completely different. One example, in EPSI, but not in EPSI, okay? In the Alastria networks. In Alastria networks, it's forbidden to put any personal information inside the blockchain. Forbidden, point. Of course, we cannot enforce this or prevent this, but it's like the world is like that, okay? You cannot prevent that an organization publishes all the customer data in Facebook, for example. But then you have the liability of this, okay? So forbidden any personal information. Personal information also includes encrypted personal information or hashes made in a way that can be used for tracking personal information. But this is just GDPR, so it's common sense. The problem is that we need GDPR because the common sense is not very common, okay? But otherwise, we wouldn't need regulation. And then organizations. For organizations, it's not just valid to store identities of organizations in the blockchain. It's something that you have to do because this is the basis for building what is needed, the trust framework. And then trust versus trustless. This is, again, something which is very confusing because it's impossible to be completely trustless. A person, a natural person, a citizen that doesn't trust on anybody is a paranoid, and it has a very hard life. You have to trust on something, on somebody. But the idea is that you can choose who do you trust to, okay? You have not to be forced to trust on somebody. That's the decentralization. So it's not that this is trustless. You have to trust. But then this trust can be enforced, and then you can trust on whatever you trust, point, okay? And then again, financial economy versus real economy, okay? And we're mixing many use cases. So one size does not fit all, and this applies to everything, including blockchain. So it's completely different financial use cases and assets and digital assets and the MiCA and so on. And then the other thing is the real economy. For the real economy, we may need, right now we are using the same blockchain, for example, in EPSI, in Alastria, for everything. But again, we are seeing limitations on the blockchain technology because in real economy, what we really need is not to store personal information or a lot of information in the blockchain. In the blockchain, we need just the proof, the evidence, and the timestamping, okay? That's it, point. Data is outside. And I am involved in many projects right now, in some projects, Dawn, for example, and not only EPSI, where what we are implementing is an off-chain data which can guarantee the safe or transparent, or sorry, the provable, the verifiable transfer of data using either verifiable credentials or other mechanisms combined with verifiable credentials. So then you have here in the real economy, the real instruments are verifiable credentials, which have nothing to do with the blockchain. In principle, you can implement verifiable credentials on top of a verifiable data registry, but then a verifiable data registry, which is used to implement the trust framework. For example, you can have in the blockchain the smart contract holding the identities, public identities of organizations with all the public universities in Europe. This repository doesn't exist. And then with the blockchain, you solve the problem of who operates this database. Where is this database? And then resiliency, cybersecurity, and so on. So no personal information in the blockchain, just evidence. And then smart contracts, again, are there just for the business process. Let's say the BPM. Okay. No personal information. That's it. That's what we need in the future blockchain for the real economy, for the circular economy, for anything related to the real economy. And then for financial use cases, okay, we may need tokens and NFTs and so on. Okay.
Okay. But you know, the spirit. This is how I like to look at this. The spirit, like in this Aladdin lamp, you know, is out, and blockchain allows actually quite a lot of decentralization. Yes. So could you like imagine, because I can see you are quite interested in this corporate, let's say, context of how like companies actually start using it, but blockchain from the viewpoint of the citizen, for example, you could be using, for example, because citizens usually the way how technology is being used, for example, AI, is that it allows companies to introduce to us maybe some products, services with the proper color and shape so that we are likely to buy them, right? And on the other side is the citizen, right? And citizens are not equipped with these, let's say, very powerful technologies that they can use for their benefit. So here the question is, maybe if you can see, I don't know, IoT, these oracles, maybe advising people what to buy and see the chemistry in the food, or AI, or, you know, like, or bring the containers with the private data and run them very close to us, or even build digital twins that can provide to us very, like, with a specific probability, maybe even levels, high probability levels, something that we can trust.
Okay,
yeah.
let me interrupt you because again, I want to emphasize. Okay, again.
Regis,
Yes.
Regis, just one second. I just want to make Vlado aware that there are interesting comments also in the Q&A box. So please have a look to it, Vlado. And sorry, Regis, to interrupt you. You can go.
No, I was going to answer one of the questions, especially the first one.
Just perfect.
By answering by Vlado, okay? But one is the companies want well, interoperability, some standard and so on. And then I was going to say that again, if we focus on the financial economy, that's a different world. I'm not interested in the financial economy. This is something that I mean, financial economy should be at the service of the real economy. So we have the financial economy to get the money to finance the real economy. I know that in the real world right now, they are completely disconnected, and this is a big problem of current society. So real economy, people, okay? People is the most important thing in the society, point. So for people, or for the real economy, and then you have to have businesses and economy and so on, and then salaries being paid, but the real economy. In the real economy, the citizens do not participate directly. I don't see them running a container in some machine. So I am a citizen. I'm interested in the food, in the electricity, in the transportation, in everything. So everything is via some companies or some organizations. Because I am a citizen, let's think not on me, because I could. I'm running a server. No. Let's think about the 500 million citizens in the European Union, for example, okay? So most of them are not going to be interacting directly with the infrastructure, okay? Because they don't build the roads, they don't build the electricity lines, they don't build the computers, they don't build anything, okay? My mobile, I don't build my mobile. So I am always intermediated. The thing here in the society is that the services to the citizens have to be good services at the service of the customer, okay? At the citizen in reality. So,
so you better see this as an infrastructure.
Yes, this is an infrastructure. For the real economy, this is an infrastructure. And by the way, if you see an application that uses more than 1% blockchain, this is wrong, completely wrong. So in the real economy, the blockchain thing is just something together with artificial intelligence, IoT, or whatever, because you don't have blockchain applications, you have applications, and then blockchain is embedded there, and it's transparent. The citizen doesn't see this, come on. It's like a database. Do you care what is the database? No, so that's it. Okay, and then 1%, and then, sorry, answering the question is, in my experience, for real world applications, the blockchain can be abstracted very, very easily with some APIs, because they the blockchain for the real economy is just timestamping, notarization, and then query this point. So I don't care about the blockchain. I can do a wrapper on any top blockchain application in 1 week. Okay.
Okay.
Right
okay.
Now. For the real economy. Okay.
Okay, so let's go through some of the questions. So we have question for the speakers. Today we have common blockchain platforms, Hyperledger, Ethereum, Neocorda, and many more will show up. Use different consensus and smart contract approaches and languages. And the question is, how do you see enterprises have an urgent requirement for interoperability between platforms that is scalable, exploitable? So how do we see this? Yeah.
Lado, I think
Sebastian, yes.
I think Jesus already answered it. So to build bridges between different blockchains is typically not a problem. It takes a couple of days or weeks, but then it's done. But we should not forget that blockchain in itself as a registry layer is also a powerful interoperability tools. If two separate systems reference to the same registered data point on a blockchain, then you don't need direct technical interoperability or integration between those two systems any longer. So that will be playing a major role if we think about a more efficient industrial setup in the future. But the point to interoperability between different blockchains, it's not a problem. There are enough developers out there. So the remaining or successful blockchain ecosystems will all be interoperable because many or more complex blockchain projects will require different chains also to close the gap that Jesus has mentioned between the financial industry and the economy, which is, of course, very important.
Sebastian, fully agree with you. The major interoperability problem is across applications, not about blockchain infrastructure, it's applications. Because if I develop an application which doesn't talk the same semantic language on top of the blockchain with other applications in other regions, then I don't care whether we use the same blockchain technology.
Okay, but what about maintenance? I mean, maybe Sebastian, do you know these topics, like how do we assure that these infrastructures will actually run and these things? I think these are like very same questions for any distributed system, basically. Nothing is forever and things like that.
I think I want also to make a point regarding the interoperability. Hello, this is Thanas Kopaivanov, a core ONTOCHAIN team. So first of all, I kind of disagree, and we could elaborate more on this with the panelists regarding the easiness of the interoperability problem. We had a relevant project in ONTOCHAIN. It was called PeruNex, which achieved the transferability of coins among different blockchains. And it was working, and it went up to a point to the state transfers between chains, yeah, each of these bridges, it may sound theoretically very easy to be built, but if you want to make soundproof and secure state transfers and coin transfers among different chains, then things can get very complicated. Especially the problem is that you have to build bilateral bridges among all different technologies. You cannot have one, let's say, unique way to transfer values and coins and states among all different. And when the different chains are EVM compatible, it's easier. When the different chains are not even EVM compatible, then it's even more complicated and maybe impossible also in some cases. For example, I'm having in mind this convex virtual machine and the EVM. And in some cases, state transfers there are not possible because the semantics are different.
Yeah, actually,
I don't think it's a contradiction. Quickly answering to Thanasis, yes, it's complicated if you have to entertain multiple chains in a very short time frame with a limited team. But looking at the big picture going forward, I said the chains that will be successful, there will be enough developers ensuring interoperability, but it depends on the use case and the applications. It can be quite cumbersome, and it is, but we're still in an early stage of the industry. In 1998, we didn't have broadband internet, but it was clear what would happen 20 years later. So I don't think this is a strong bottleneck.
And one thing, you mentioned coins, and to me, coins sounds like financial economy. And what I was saying is that, okay, financial economy is one thing, it's very complex, okay, and you see all the discussions. But what I was saying is real economy, that use cases that need timestamping and notarization and evidence, proof of something where data is outside, coins is data inside the blockchain. They are very easy at the blockchain infrastructure, as Sebastian says. Actually, you can notarize or you can timestamp in as many blockchains as you want the same fact, because that notarization doesn't exist on just one single blockchain. The notarization is about something that exists outside of the blockchain, the outside. So the major problem for the real economy use cases, and coins is not something I would call real economy, it's financial. Okay, I've been in payments for my whole life. So one thing is payments, coins, and so on, which is a hard problem. I agree with that. But for the real economy, the major problem is interoperability across applications, because even if you use the same blockchain, or even if you use SQL, you can build applications that don't talk to each other.
Yes, we already mentioned that. Okay.
The coins, Ramesh... I agree with the coins and so on, but at the end, again, I don't care about the blockchains. You can call me and then I'll solve the problem.
Yeah, exporting and importing proofs would be a great interoperability for applications. What about Ramesh? You wanted to say something more about this?
Yeah, so actually I had a question. why do we care about interoperability between, for example, EPSI and like Ethereum, for example? I think it's probably not necessary because they're like completely different applications. Like Jesus was talking about, it's EPSI is for government use cases, putting secure data, but Ethereum is like a public chain with all these tokens. So I think interoperability is when people and I see the question there, right? They're talking about interoperability between everything, right? Hyperledger is a private chain, and they have all the other public chains. It's a really complex topic. Even within public chains, they have not been quite successful yet. There are projects like Polkadot, Cosmos. They're still trying. So I just wanted to set it clear, you may not need interoperability between all the chains. You probably want interoperability between like EPSI and other, systems that are government systems, not necessarily to like public chains. That was my point. Yeah.
Very interesting, Joao.
No, just to add that, as well, I think it was already said, verifiable credentials are not dependent on the blockchain, so they can work across blockchains, right? And the main idea, of course, is that when you get a verifiable credential and you want to verify it, you should be able to get the public key of whoever signed it, right? And typically, when it comes to the presentation itself, it's also signed by who presents, but that you can get from the wallet. So that's not the problem. The problem is the issuer. And that means that verifiable credentials are much more interoperable as a format, right? Than, for example, using NFTs to express information, as sometimes we see. Sometimes we see like, oh yeah, let's focus on, for example, creating NFTs, whereas verifiable credentials can provide something which is much more interoperable across chains because there is no dependency on a smart contract, on a specific smart contract, or the chain that is behind it. And furthermore, you can use then the verifiable credentials alongside the smart contract, which makes it also quite interesting because a verifiable credential can be used as evidence of something, evidence that you live in a certain part of Europe, evidence that you have a certain qualification, evidence. So they become tokens, or as we call them, evidence tokens. They provide information about you that you control and are willing to share from your digital wallet. And I'm going beyond identity here. I'm not saying that it is identity. Actually, in the BSI, we are not focusing that much on identity. We're focusing on the broad set of evidence that comes from the public sector that then can be used by the citizen in all sorts of use cases. Just to broaden a bit the topic, because I believe that, for example, there are different options on how to get to interoperability, and verifiable credentials is something that should be considered on the way to express the information.
I can see that all of you are still quite a lot interested in these core blockchain topics. Our project tries to involve more wider topics in a way that we explore in the future extra features, how for example, off-chain data management, you have their semantic web integration with blockchains, integration with the web, applications, these kind of things too, with databases, knowledge bases, and things like that. Maybe we can just jump to the next topic. I think I have it here. So we have a few more questions, but let's go to the question of the wallet, because we touched upon the identity, and you said, Joao, that the identity is wider considered in the wider context in EPSI. But do you see, for example, with the digital wallet, we see specific problems that, the user will have maybe 100 apps and will add one more. And me as a citizen, I make a proof that it's me based on the app that is given to me by the government of Slovenia. How can I use these proofs in the 10 other apps that I have on my phone to be able to, do my business in different contexts, like in the medical or wherever? Do you see any solutions to this? And also how to recover things, and what is the future? I mean,
this would be a whole different discussion, but I will try to give you my own way of looking at things. So when it comes to EBSI, we are compatible with different existing identity systems. So even EIDAS 1. So that's really the choice of the issuer when you go to their portal. For example, if in Slovenia they already support EIDAS and they want to do strong authentication using EIDAS notified means, that's fine. In Belgium, we have already apps that are helping us to identify ourselves towards different services, and this happens in many member states. So it means that you can use them. It's not like incompatible with what we are doing. It's fully compatible, and it's the choice then of the issuer when you go to the portal before the verifiable credential is issued, and also a choice of the wallet on what they will be using to identify the user. Because as I said, we are focusing more on diplomas, other types of certifications, and other type of documents, not necessarily identity. Now, when it comes to the question that you ask, well, there will be different profiles or even of verifiable credentials. EBSI is very much bottom up. It's not top down. It means that we run an early adopters program, and we try to organize the stakeholders so that they can use our profile in their use case and try to make the best out of that. We also contribute to the UDI initiative of the European Commission, which, as you know, it's a more top-down initiative because it involves a regulation, meaning the revision of EIDAS. They have this idea of the toolbox, and our use cases are actually contributing to that concept of the toolbox, and eventually that will lead to a further harmonization. The question, of course, is, do you want to go fully top-down, or do you want to go bottom-up, or do you want to go and meet in the middle? And I think there are like advantages and disadvantages when you look at all these approaches. The fundamental part to me is you have to give value. So if people don't really see the value of using these technologies, they are not going to voluntarily, make the best use of them, and then the whole ecosystem will not develop. So we have to work together, even if we are not necessarily fully interoperable from the start, to demonstrate that these technologies can be used for good, that they produce value, and that society can benefit. That is my, let's say, summary of how to square the circle.
Excellent. So any more opinions on the future of the digital wallet? Do you think that people will actually massively start using it?
Well,
Let me intervene, because I think that yes, they are going to start massively, but this assumes the adoption by not just the government, but also by the private entities. For example, I know that many big entities are waiting for the new digital identity in EIDAS 2 and the wallet, because right now it's very difficult. With EIDAS 1, everything is fragmented. The idea is very good, but the technical implementation, because of limitations of the technology that was available, server-to-server replication, server-to-server connection, it made a lot of compromises, okay, and it's not good. So, self-sovereign identity. If you think about the crypto-anarchist idea of self-sovereign identity, that's a miserable life, okay? I don't agree with that. But many concepts of self-sovereign identity applied to the real world are very good, and this is what EPSI is doing. EPSI, by the way, is not going just to implement this blockchain and so on. I am using EPSI as a best practices, is leading the world in the real application of blockchain. So one thing is the infrastructure and the actual services that EPSI is going to provide. But another thing is that everybody should copy EPSI in many, many aspects. And we are doing this in national initiatives, in other blockchains, in data spaces, in wherever. So outside of EPSI, because EPSI is the way to do things, I see, okay? And they are leading, and that's a nonsense. So wallets, as EPSI said, the wallets may be some, but the governments will have some wallets, and the choice will be the citizens. Then imagine that you can use the same wallet and my credential issued by my government to do something in a government of another country or in a bank or in any other private sector. Then I will adopt this, because otherwise I am forced to use, a nightmare. Right now, identification is a nightmare. The wallet can solve my problems. Okay?
But where do you think the metadata will reside? I mean, because there is a very complex information that is interconnected, even for a specific citizen. For example, for me, I have maybe my diplomas, then I have my healthcare records, then I have a reputation, then I'm doing EU projects and things like that. So how do you see that these people will be browsing this information through many different wallets? The metadata would not reside in the apps. Is it like that? Or
No, it's a credential. I mean, the issuer has your information. The issuer issues a credential because there is a very long-term relationship established, like a diploma or health, okay, or vaccination or whatever, okay? And then you have your information as a PDF. I mean, imagine that we eliminate all papers being issued to citizens and businesses. All papers currently can be translated into verified credentials. All PDFs can be translated to verified credentials. Even digitally signed PDFs can be more efficiently represented in verified credentials. And by the way, this does not need, as Joao said, a new identification system. I can ask for a certificate of residency to my local government using my current identification system. Now, if I have a new identification system, then that's good. EPSI, by the way, has defined a very good taxonomy that I am using everywhere, which says verifiable ID is a type of verifiable attestation, which is a type of verifiable credential. So one thing is verifiable ID, using a verifiable credential to identify. But you don't need this really, because most of the credentials are going to be verifiable attestations like a diploma. They are not going to be used as identification. All the paper. Huh?
Yes, and would Christina like to say, you raise your hand?
Yep, thank you. I wanted to add also the previous point. I will try to glue it together. I think that because the subject or the question was about future digital wallets, right? So we have to think a little bit ahead. And what we practice also in Pharma Ledger, but I mean, we started upon of it, and I think it's nice to share some of the experience. So when we were considering the digital wallet, we were considering it as an app itself that contains inside other apps. So, and I think that generally this was touched upon, the interoperability, and there are so many directions and so many applications that will be using the blockchain that generally, at the end of the day, as a citizen, maybe as a company, as organization, right, could be different entities, I will be in the position to not obliged, but just will have to use different systems, right? And some of them could be, let's say, interoperable. Yes, maybe the case. However, not all of them, right? Because again, what was, I tried to emphasize that, and also other speakers mentioned that we have to take into account the nature of the stakeholder. Is it a citizen? Is it organization, etc., etc.? But at the end of the day, sometime in the future, I will be in the position, all of us will be in the position of in front of many different solutions that might be fantastic on its own, right? But as a citizen, I will have to jungle across so many apps or so many, systems, and how that I could have a better or smoother experience.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Maybe
go on.
So I think that it's not only about. This is a very good question, I think, because it not provokes but boosts thinking towards exactly, how we should approach those things, because they will arise. And maybe I would agree probably with the aspects that we don't have to think about interoperability all the time, because at the end of the day, there are so many different ecosystems that maybe don't have to communicate at all, as was highlighted. This is absolutely true, and that's absolutely normal. But again, from the perspective of the user experience, somehow we have to have a better experience. And this is where I think emphasized, I try to raise in the presentation in some of the slides, that it's not always about the technology, touching upon the future technologies. It's not, I think that we need to understand the real need, then how we can address it in the best way, considering sustainability in terms of, again, future operation and, maintenance, and how we can, address it. And then we take it as some building blocks and try to, approach it more and more. But probably if we think about interoperability and those things too much, it might block us from actually a creative exploration, maybe. I'm not preventing those things, I support it, but we have to be a little bit creative as well.
Fantastic. Very interesting. So let's make a scenario until the end, because we are kind of slowly running out of time. So we will go with Ramesh. Then there is this open question here about what ONTOCHAIN is providing. And then I think Fabrizio didn't speak much, and Luis. So you can have the final words if you like.
Yeah, I had a quick question on, we heard quite a bit about the EBSI, EBSI project, and is there any plan to integrate banking and even, crypto assets? Right now, they're all in different wallets. So is there any plan to a roadmap for making this digital wallet work with those things, for example, existing banking?
Joao, let me answer with the banking, because it's also the and then I let you the crypto assets. Okay. Now banking. I mean, I can tell you, given how EBSI is defined, I am a bank, okay, and I've been in a bank, and I know that I can use whatever is coming from EBSI without even running a node in the EBSI infrastructure. Because if I trust on the framework and the trust framework of EBSI, which I do, because EBSI is more decentralized than, for example, Bitcoin or Ethereum run by Chinese companies, okay? So I really think EBSI is fully decentralized as a European values entity, okay? And then it's providing good service. So I am a bank, I can use the credentials. I am waiting for two things as a bank, okay? The big organizations, at least in Spain, are waiting for two things. The new EIDAS for natural persons, okay? But for juridical persons, you don't need anything. You already have digital certificates. We are using digital certificates. But if you couple digital certificates with verified credentials, I can use the credentials from the EBSI without being a part of EBSI. Okay, I cannot issue credentials, okay, but I can use them. So if I have an employee or a future employee coming to my bank, for example, and I need a proof that he has a diploma on some level of degree, I can already use, using the APIs of EBSI, this verification method for verifying the diploma. And then if I trust on the public universities of EBSI and the trust framework of EBSI, then I have a very, very efficient way, much more efficient than today, than to check the diploma right now in my bank. Because right now I have a big problem. Because if this university is known to me, okay, fine. But otherwise, it's impossible. EBSI is going to facilitate to me the acceptance of verified credentials issued by EBSI without anything complicated. It's very, 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 very simple, okay? So that's banking. So I see that the industry in general is waiting for EBSI to be in production. It's waiting. And then I can tell you that in Spain, at least, it's going to be adopted massively, not just by the public administration, it's by the private sector. Okay?
Perfect. And I just want to add that maybe the future, and that's really the question, right? The question is, okay, what do we need for this Web3 way of thinking and decentralization actually to bear fruit? And my opinion is that it's not incompatible to have EBSI being used by the public sector to help the public administrations to participate as issuers of evidence tokens or verifiable credentials, things that can support then the DeFi layer. Because today, as you know, there's really a lack of information about who is behind the wallet, right? And if we would have these evidence tokens coming, right, into these wallets that can support EBSI and other blockchains. EBSI is not a fully public blockchain. It's permission, meaning that for you to write on the blockchain, there is a process and everyone can read from the blockchain, but we are not fully public. We are public permission. But as I was saying, is that if we are able to get the public sector to contribute to Web3 and to provide information that is verifiable, then by the DeFi layer, I think we are already providing a new important element that is currently missing in this whole story of Web3 and even DeFi. And then it can be used by many other sectors as well.
Okay, so thanks. Let's wrap up. There is a question here, and maybe, I don't know, who would like to answer out of, I think, Thanasis. Yes, can you, Thanasis, just answer shortly this question?
We will come to this, I mean, to what is exactly ONTOCHAIN and in the ONTOCHAIN architecture just later with a presentation dedicated on that. But just briefly to say that ONTOCHAIN is not about building interfaces for different solutions. We are having our own solutions for building a layered software platform for facilitating application development. We are providing complete functionality for different aspects like reputation, identities, identity management, semantic management and retrieval, about interoperability, as I said previously, about I mean, many different aspects. Really, more than 30 different projects have contributed into it. So you will see, but definitely we are not providing interfacing solutions for solutions that have been developed by others. That's not ONTOCHAIN.
Okay, thank you. And then I leave it to Fabrizio and to Luis to wrap up. So Fabrizio.
Thank you, Vlado. Well, I must say I've learned a lot in this event, which is, I think, something any good speaker should do in a conference. But I've also learned that not much has changed since several years in the domain of blockchain. In the sense that the discussion about interoperability and the gap between financial and social applications has always been there. And as I've heard, eventually it boils down to different philosophies. You can have a decentralization, the decentralization enabled by blockchain, either for convenience or for the more idealistic, if you want, aspects of privacy and independence, or of course for both, hopefully. But these have different requirements, and these two philosophies have also different economic models behind. Because there is always this catch-22, which is lurking on the application, the development and deployment of this kind of new technologies, which is whenever you want to implement a new technology, really in a fully decentralized manner, without relying on a single company, without having a sound financial model behind, as can be for most or all of decentralized applications, then there is nobody really, there is no guarantee that anybody will pay for this technology. This was particularly evident when we tried, for instance, to build fully decentralized social networks. The economic model of a centralized network such as Facebook, not to name anybody, is very clear, and although it's not completely transparent. But what is the financial model? What is the return of a company investing in a totally decentralized technology, which then doesn't allow monetizing on the results of what you're building? So there are still this kind of philosophical questions behind the development of blockchain. I see are still important, and are still important whenever we wanted to move to different domains, which, as was said during this meeting, do not necessarily require interoperability. We were talking mostly with EPSI about transparency, public records, sharing credentials, etc. But there are other applications of blockchains which could be very important, such as traceability of products, such as democratic decision-making, enabling citizens to participate in even in fully anonymous manners when it's appropriate, or for decentralized social networks, which would be really a key aspect in this moment in time, given the development of multiverse associated with social networks. And last but not least, I would also like to mention the importance, the potential importance of blockchain for collective intelligence, for all the applications, all the usages of the internet, which could build on cooperation and collaboration among citizens, which, in my modest opinion, would be even more important than the artificial intelligence development we are so much talking about these times. So I would like to conclude here, but I'm open to questions, of course.
I think I fully agree with you. I think indeed blockchain would play, at least personally, even bigger role than artificial intelligence in the near future. This is how I feel. But let's leave the last word to Luis now.
I didn't say exactly that. But
last but the most important.
No, not most important, just one of the opinions. No, I wanted to say that from the Commission, we're working with AI, blockchain, and IoT in some projects. And this combination of these technologies can open new operational and commercial opportunities. For example, we have on retail, like AI can enable predictive action based on data collected from IoT devices, while blockchain can support secure transaction processing. Projects on healthcare, where AI can enable monitoring of medical data, early detection of abnormalities, and automatic scheduling of appointments, for example, while blockchain can provide a secure, accurate medical history. We have also projects on cybersecurity, where AI enables fast and accurate data analysis, making logical decisions, taking autonomous actions, and using blockchains to store a secure record of potential evidence, for example. And we also have projects on manufacturing, where AI can enable comprehensive remote status and performance monitoring of machines across the globe, and machine learning powered productive maintenance is used also. And with blockchain, we provide a secure way of purchasing pieces and replacement parts, for example, or contacting technicians. So these are some of the examples of how we're trying to put all of these technologies together. Yeah.
Fantastic. So, you know, our colors of the project are the colors of the watermelon. And it's because we expect that our project provides something really fruity for the future developers, so that they can start and reuse in such advanced new applications. So I would like to thank you very much for your participation in the panel. And invite everybody to follow the ONTOCHAIN Summit until the end. Thank you very much again to everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
nice day to everybody.
So thank you for the nice discussion and interesting one, from which some takeaway can be identified. Here is the time for breaking, but just before I invite all the audience to participate in a small survey, for which we will resume the outcome at the end of the summit. So it can be done very easily. There is 5 to 6 questions to express your opinion on ONTOCHAIN. Important for you to hear the next presentation and demos to be able to make your opinion. So please either scan the QR code that you have just in front of you, and or follow the link here with the code ONTOCHAIN. So let's break and come back at 10:35-40 for the first presentation on ONTOCHAIN architecture by Anthony Simone Boulogne, Head of Research and Innovation at iExec and core member of ONTOCHAIN. So see you in a few minutes. Okay, so welcome back to the ONTOCHAIN Summit. We are going to now speak about the ONTOCHAIN architecture, and for that I will leave the floor to Anthony Simone Boulogne, Head of Research and Innovation at iExec. And so please, Anthony, if you want to share your screen.
Let me share my screen.
Okay, perfect. Perfect.
If I'm sorry, share. Can you see my screen?
Yes, Anthony, it's okay.
Wonderful. So thank you, everyone. Sorry for the little delay. So I will give an update on the ONTOCHAIN infrastructure. And first, I would like to explain the goal of this infrastructure that we've been deploying since last year. So here's the timeline of the project in terms of infrastructure. The goal here, since we are beginning the summer 2023, is to now use this network infrastructure to test the services that have been developed during the first 2 open calls. So last year in May, we started deploying this pilot infrastructure. Since the beginning of January, we have been deploying several services that have been developed in Open Call 1 and Open Call 2 since 2020. And now we are in the period of testing these services and building blocks. This is what is going to happen with the hackathons. And from these tests, we will learn lessons and consider them for the exploitation that will come after the end of the project from September. So the ONTOCHAIN network is actually an Ethereum-based blockchain. It is what used to be the iExec blockchain that we deployed for our own protocol in September 2019. It had 5 nodes, and in the course of ONTOCHAIN, we added 3 validators to this blockchain. So the new validators are the University of Vienna in Slovenia, the University of Business and Economics in Athens, and IntelliSemantics in Italy. So now we have a blockchain that is really spanned all over Europe. In terms of technology, I said it's an Ethereum-based blockchain, so it runs the Ethereum virtual machine. The consensus protocol is proof of authority, and if you want to be more specific, it is authority round, meaning that the validators mine blocks one after the other in a round-robin fashion. It is bridged to Ethereum mainnet, which brings trust in the fact that people can always take out the funds that are locked on the blockchain. It is fast. Proof of authority allows us to have a block time of 5 seconds. So we have a block mined every 5 seconds in average, which is very comfortable for having reactive applications. There is no gas fee for now, meaning that you don't have to pay for executing smart contracts or even for deploying smart contracts. The visibility is public, so anyone can look at the blockchain. Here is a link to the blockchain explorer, so you can see live the blocks that are being mined. You can see the transactions, you can see the smart contracts and everything that happens on the blockchain. The visibility is public, but because there is no gas fee, we have a governance rule that says that you need to be whitelisted to deploy smart contracts. So anyone can come and use smart contracts for free. Any application developer can execute smart contracts for free, but for deploying smart contracts, you need to be whitelisted. So for the hackathons, what that means is that we will ask before the hackathons all the selected participants to give us the address of the wallets that will deploy smart contracts if they need to deploy smart contracts on the Belcore chain, and we will add them to the whitelist. So again, here is our blockchain. It has 8 validators and 8 full nodes. So the validation of the blocks, the mining is decentralized, and the storage of the chain is also decentralized all over Europe. This is not the most fascinating slide, but I just wanted to show you that the network is actually working. So this here on the left was I don't remember what are these dates. Here on the right is the number of blocks mined between the time when we deployed all of the validators until last April. I just wanted to show you that it's working fine. We have some little differences in the number of blocks because the validators were not deployed all at the same time. But in average, you can see that all of the validators are working fine. I wanted to show that they actually execute transactions. And what's more important is the gas. The gas here shows that the transactions are not just cryptographic, like crypto transfers. There are actually smart contracts that are being executed on the blockchain. And finally, I said for the hackathons, participants will be able to use the services developed in ONTOCHAIN. So I think we coached and supported about 32 projects in ONTOCHAIN since the beginning. All of these results will be available to the participants. We have deliverables with the code, we have GitHub repositories, and we have documentation. And so all of the code is available, and the participants can execute it locally on their machine or anywhere else they want. And they can use these deployed versions of these 10 software. These are the 10 projects that we have actually deployed on their core and that are running. So these are, let's say, easier to use, but all of the ONTOCHAIN services will be available in addition to this. And in progress are the ones that we are currently deploying. So at the time of the hackathons, we may have maybe 3 or 5 more projects, open source projects, building blocks deployed on Belcore. And I think that was my last slide. That was very short, but I would be happy to take any questions.
So thank you, Anthony. The Q&A session will be just after the presentation of Thanasis. So the audience will be able to, in any case, ask questions both on your presentation and Thanasis one on the business model of ONTOCHAIN. So here again, you will see that several progress have been made. So you will see that we arrived to a very sophisticated business model. And I just leave already the floor to Thanasis Papaioannou from Athens University of Economics and Business, and of course, ONTOCHAIN core partner and innovation manager. So Thanasis, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Caroline. Just want to share my screen. I hope that everything works fine. So that was kind of brief from Anthony. I think that we covered some of the time that we lost previously, but frankly, I don't know if for those that are not following what is happening in ONTOCHAIN, if it was kind of informative enough. We will have the chance to go through several software solutions and several, let's say, parts of this ONTOCHAIN architecture and ecosystem in the sequel of this summit. So I'm going to talk. I'm Thanasis Papaioannou, assistant professor at the National Kapodistrian University of Athens, and a core partner of ONTOCHAIN with AUEB, Athens University of Economics and Business, with Professor George Stamoulis, and with colleagues Dimitris Manjonis and Dimitris Koutsupakis. We have prepared some joint work on the ONTOCHAIN business model. So we had a relevant presentation in the first ONTOCHAIN Summit. There has been lots of progress since then, but let's see what is the ONTOCHAIN business model. We anticipate that the ONTOCHAIN platform, which as I said is a software platform that contains functionality for multiple aspects, on top of which you can build decentralized applications. One of the business use cases would be exactly to be able to host these decentralized applications that use this functionality that is provided by ONTOCHAIN in the form of smart contracts and libraries and servers, so that they can develop decentralized applications that they provide to the users. And not only they are using these libraries, but they are using live services that are deployed on top of the ONTOCHAIN platform. And based on these services, they build more complex application scenarios, which are provided to the end users. And for this business use case, these decentralized applications pay to the platform some subscription fees, some hosting fees, and some transaction fees, as we will see later. The second business use case would be to rent the platform for some limited amount of time, so that they can develop their applications, or they can test part of the functionality of ONTOCHAIN, or in the third use case, we can provide the ONTOCHAIN platform for educational services, for running demos, for providing training courses, but also, and most importantly, since in the ONTOCHAIN we have built right now an ecosystem of developers in the DLT domain, which is very vibrant and very large right now, with more than 100 very competent developers. We can do as a third business use case, service brokerage, so that we can mediate solutions as an ONTOCHAIN foundation. We can mediate solutions that could be provided to the private sector, and really form ad hoc consortia within this open source developer ecosystem, so that we can provide custom solutions for specific needs. So 3 different ways to exploit the ONTOCHAIN software platform, and I put in the middle the notion of the ONTOCHAIN Foundation, which is what we aim that ONTOCHAIN is going to transform into. We are planning to transform to a foundation that, let's say, leads the developments of a big open source community towards building trustworthy decentralized applications and towards just trustworthy data handling. Okay, what are the business roles that we envision here? We have the end users, SMEs, that are going to be providing some, that are going to be using some decentralized applications, big corporates, public institutions that provide their needs, or they have some specific needs for decentralized applications. All these are users of decentralized applications. We have the third-party service components, and here we consider as third-party service components all the service solutions that have been developed within the ONTOCHAIN project by the winners of the open calls of ONTOCHAIN, and that are going to be deployed as a service at the ONTOCHAIN software platform. And as examples here, I just mentioned some projects like Reputable, like POC for Commerce. POC for Commerce was about, is about, let's say, e-commerce transactions on top of the blockchain. Reputable about the decentralized reputation system. Knowledge X about privacy-aware data management. Hibi about EIDAS SSI bridges. ONTOSSI evolved about identity management, decentralized identity management with SSI and verifiable credentials. GraphChain about metadata storage and retrieval. Copyrightly about, managing, registering and managing the authorship rights on digital content. But these are just examples. We have around 30 such solutions that are going to be, that are actually deployed in the ONTOCHAIN software platform. We also have the role of the DApp developers, which are the developers of decentralized applications in the future that may rent this software platform that we offer for developing their applications. The DApp providers that are actually executing or operating the applications and are offering their applications to the end users. The ONTOCHAIN Foundation, as I mentioned previously, that represents the whole platform and ecosystem. And the infrastructure, which is separate than the ONTOCHAIN Foundation, totally separate, like Belcour that you saw previously from Anthony, but it's a separate entity. And the data providers, which could be the providers of data needed by dApps. And the overall business model could be envisioned as a platform as a service, where ONTOCHAIN offers the libraries and the software platform and the computational resources as a whole for dApp developers, dApp providers to build and deploy their services with one-off deployment fees, subscription fees, and transaction fees. Then users subscribe to the dApp providers. Part of the subscription fees are given to the ONTOCHAIN, and the ONTOCHAIN distributes these fees to the different third-party solution providers that are used by the dApp. Also, ONTOCHAIN pays the infrastructure for the infrastructure. So just to be clear from the beginning, end users only interact with the dApp providers. And with a magic way, the dApp providers provide some fees to the ONTOCHAIN platform, and the ONTOCHAIN platform distributes these fees in the ecosystem. So that's the first way to exploit the platform. The second way to explore the platform, would be this service brokerage that I was mentioning previously, or tutoring services. So two ways to exploit the platform. And for the third parties, for this service providers that deploy on top of ONTOCHAIN, they can have their own business model, and their business model is that they provide the software as a service to the ONTOCHAIN, and they can provide their software to anybody else, not competitive directly to the ONTOCHAIN platform. So for the service components, the individual service components that have been developed within the ONTOCHAIN open codes, there are two ways for making revenue. Let's see one DApp example, because we are too abstract. Imagine an extended reality application of the future for civil engineering, where you need some remote presence and where you need some extreme situational awareness without necessarily every entity being in the field. So therefore, materializing this application, you would need trustworthy identities, data oracles, reputation management, trustworthy data sharing, trustworthy data processing, services exchange, and even more. This application could be deployed on top of ONTOCHAIN. We have the functionality to support this kind of applications. And you will have some app-specific smart contracts that will be using third-party services provided by the ONTOCHAIN. So overall, the value network of ONTOCHAIN would be like this, that the end users interact with DApp providers. The DApp providers have some interaction with the ONTOCHAIN platform, and the rest of the entities in the ecosystem are just connected to the ONTOCHAIN platform, as I explained. We have done some economic analysis to see if the numbers add up with some realistic assumptions, even I would say moderate assumptions. These are just number of users, and in a period of 20 years, which is long, but it's a, I mean, you can see what's happening with the Bitcoin, which is already, I think, 12 years old, around 12 years old, and it's live and kicking. So 20 years is not probably too much to consider. So 1,000 is the top number, and you can see that the development curve is assumed to be very small in terms of numbers, but still running through this exercise, which I will not go through. I will provide you the slides to go through yourselves. You can achieve this kind of economic indices for the whole ecosystem. So you can see that you can have some significant IRRs for the ONTOCHAIN Foundation, for the third-party service components, for the DApp providers, for the data providers, for everybody. It's a win-win system. And of course, we assume that the end users find some significant added value from using these decentralized applications that are deployed on top of the ONTOCHAIN platform. But this doesn't come necessarily by default, this win-win outcome. If we have individualistic and greedy strategies by the individual constituents of this ecosystem, and let's say that instead of providing 12% of each of the transaction fee to each of the service components that are utilized by one decentralized application, we provide them with, I don't know, 20%, then we have a different result, which says that the IRR for the ONTOCHAIN platform becomes 3.3, which makes this whole, and the payback period becomes 17 years, which makes all this thing non-profitable anymore. And so I want to stress here that this ecosystem it can be made win-win, but only if everybody abides to some joint exploitation plan, which is dictated or advised by the ONTOCHAIN steering committee or this board of directors that will run the ONTOCHAIN Foundation. So let's go now to another very interesting topic, which is the ONTOCHAIN token design. Let's see, what is the ONTOCHAIN access model? Regarding the ONTOCHAIN validators, meaning the infrastructure, we have a permissioned network. Just remember Belcourt, which has a number of validators currently. It's a totally permissioned network. The third-party services participation to the platform, it's also permissioned. It's subject to contractual agreement. And this is for security reasons, for many reasons, actually. And the DApp hosting is open. So everybody can really host a DApp in the ONTOCHAIN platform as long as they pay some deployment fees. And also the DApp execution is open to the users. So every user can really use all DApps which are deployed in the ONTOCHAIN platform as long as they pay some usage-based fees. So how do we achieve this? We have the notion of an access token, and we have the notion of the ONTOCHAIN coins. The ONTOCHAIN coin is kind of a utility coin, but not directly accessible to the end users. It's only for the DApp providers. Let me explain how it works. The ONTOCHAIN generates ONTOCHAIN coins and gives some of them to the ONTOCHAIN Foundation members and to the third-party service providers. Also, we make available these ONTOCHAIN coins with through a centralized store that we maintain, and periodically we cut more coins according to the strategy. I will not explain that, so that we can fulfill market demand for these coins. But we sell the coins. So the dApps that are deployed in the ONTOCHAIN platform, they employ some specific ONTOCHAIN smart contract to generate access tokens. These access tokens represent some usage, let's say, contract that is provided to the end users. So the access token essentially is an NFT which provides some access rights to the end users. So the DApp providers create, using ONTOCHAIN coins, they create some access tokens, and then they are able to sell the access tokens to their end users. So ONTOCHAIN is totally separated from the price of these access tokens and totally separated from the contract that the DApp providers have with their end users. We only provide access tokens to the DApp providers, and then they take care of how and at which price they will give these access tokens to their end users. And these access tokens represent, as I said, a monthly subscription, or they represent the right to use the application for a number of transactions. It can be very rich what they represent. It is totally application specific, and the dApps can really say what their access token represents. How we circulate the ONTOCHAIN coins? We are, as I said, we have centralized store. We don't go to the exchanges, at least at the beginning. And we are accepting different cryptos and fiat coins, so that we can aggregate the number of coins that we need, different kinds of coins that we need, so that we can cover the application, the needs of the different service providers that we employ in the ONTOCHAIN ecosystem. Just to tell you here that the different service providers can have their own cryptos. And having this solution in the ONTOCHAIN ecosystem, we are able to abstract, to make these different coins that are used by the different service providers in the ecosystem really transparent to the end users or the DApp providers. They don't care about this. They just pay ONTOCHAIN tokens for ONTOCHAIN coins. They create access tokens, and then the rest of the complexity is managed by ONTOCHAIN. And we collect a number of different coins that based on the anticipated need for these different coins, so that we can cover the needs for using the respective services for the duration or for the number of transactions represented in these access tokens. And this value is locked in specific smart contracts within the on-chain ecosystem and released when the access tokens are actually used. In the high level, you can see again the value network here, but here we have added a dynamic tariff table where each service can represent the value, the monthly subscription fee or the transaction subscription, the transaction fee for using each particular service. Service 1, 1.5 coin per month. I don't know. It could be per transaction, whatever. We don't care. Service 2, 1 coin. IXEC 3 coin. IXEC is considered to be again a third-party service here, which, just to let you know, IXEC offers Oracle services and also offers trusted execution environments as a service. So we can use this as a third-party service in the on-chain ecosystem. Let's not go through all these details, but just note here that the end user, the DApp provider, in order to create one access token for this particular application that is using that is using services 1 and 2, he has to use 1.5 plus 1 plus some on-chain fees, coins, in order to generate one access token. And then he can sell this access token to whatever price he chooses, according to the competition. Okay, how do we implement this complex scenario? We have done everything. We have used, I mean, this is live, this is working, this is deployed currently at Belcourt, and it's going to be also used by the FEV application that you will see later for, I mean, we are going to test, to experiment with this business model in practice. So we have a subscription smart contract, we have a diamond smart contract in the middle, where all the different let's say functionality which is provided by the different third-party services is, I mean, we have some entry for each method of all services here, but this diamond is just a mediator, and all calls are forwarded to the respective third parties. And how do we do that? The user asks for an access token, the DApp provider gets a coin, and based on gets a on-chain coin, and it goes to the subscription smart contract and issues with this coin one access token. This access token is actually another smart contract, which is an NFT. This access token is the proxy of the user, and the user can use this smart contract, this access token, in order to access whatever is described to be used by this DApp. And this DApp has a certain, let's say, interface, and it uses this third-party service. There is some allowance, which is already dictated in this access token. There is some allowance for the DApp. Everything is written in the smart contract, and then the value is locked in this smart contract for using this the services up to the allowance limit. And then the user is able to really use this smart contract as a proxy. Each proxy goes to this diamond, and the diamond checks if the user, which is represented by this access token, has subscription for these different third-party services that the application calls, and then everything is distributed. The value from this contract is distributed to the different entities. And you may have considered already that no gas are involved, and we wanted specifically to be isolated from the infrastructure, especially because the gas fees are normally paid at the native coin of the chain, and we don't want that, because we want to to use our ONTOCHAIN coin, irrespectively of the underlying blockchain infrastructure. Second reason is that we don't want to really bother the users with any gas fees. They have already the access token. So all gas fees should be already put in the access token. And we do that using the solution of from OpenGSN for a gas station network. And so this is very simple for the end users. We have a specific relay provider that is implemented as a JavaScript library and is given to the DApp providers. And instead of using, let's say, for web for blockchain developers, I'm saying this, instead of using Web3 provider for accessing the blockchain network, we are using our own Web3 provider. And in fact, what is happening is that this gas station network is used and it locks some value, and it uses the value which is locked inside the access token to pay the gas fees. So everything is gasless in terms of contract, in terms of transactions, but the real gases are paid by the paymaster contract based on whatever value has been locked already in the access token. So what are the next steps? We are going to, as I said, to do some experiments with a real application, with a real decentralized application, at least one. We have agreed already with DEFEV, which is about electric vehicle charging. This will happen in July. We will see if we can arrange something like that with different applications as well within the ONTOCHAIN ecosystem. With an experimental ONTOCHAIN coin. And then from September on, and in practically we can say in fall 2023, we plan to found the ONTOCHAIN Foundation, of which the memorandum of understanding and the contracts are actually being drafted. And also launch the ONTOCHAIN coin. So these are plans for this fall. And yeah, stay tuned, I would say. Thank you very much. So all the slides will be made available. Just to tell you. So I don't know if we have any questions.
Thank you, Thanasis. Yes, let's move now to the question and answer. I just want to mention that you can post your question in the Q&A box. And actually, yes, I just want also to remind you about our survey also while waiting for your question. So you can just have a look to this slide and let's come back to the Q&A. Actually, there are no questions. I just want to mention that, of course, you will have access, because it was one of the questions, you will have access to the presentation via our ONTOCHAIN website. So no date for the moment, but it will come very soon. So any question, please? So it seems that Vlado has raised his hand. Please, Vlado, if you want to enter the discussion.
Actually, I wanted just to say that maybe these complexities of the underlying business model look a little bit technically, let's say, challenging. But it doesn't seem that it's actually a complex model to be implemented in practice, because we have already done, I think Thanasis and his group have already done implementations and testing. Of course, the foundation, the ONTOCHAIN Foundation, will facilitate business also at other levels. We intend to have also some organizational and other approaches that can actually bring up specific partnerships to address problems that companies and industry across Europe and elsewhere have. With the knowledge that we have accumulated in this project, it may well be possible that we build specific project teams that can address very specific needs of the industry.
Yes, I think that what we can, because there was a lot of questions, I think that what we can and we should explain a little bit more would be the ONTOCHAIN software architecture. And what is exactly the functionality which is there currently. And I don't know if Anthony is able, I mean, he has some slide regarding that from previous, let's say, times that we have done this exercise, so that everybody becomes familiarized with what I mean when I say third-party service, what I mean when I say a decentralized application is implemented on top of other services, what is actually the ONTOCHAIN software platform. I think that we should elaborate more on this.
So in the meantime, if Anthony is searching for some interesting slide, indeed, we can we have the first question. So have there been discussion about the regulatory landscape for this business model? For example, how do we pay VAT? And what is the financial authority's position to the ONTOCHAIN coin or token in different European member states? So, Thanasis, mainly a question for you.
Yes. Okay. Yes, definitely. We have investigated the regulatory landscape. One thing that we really it was very tricky, so that's why I didn't explain much. Why we have this access token and this ONTOCHAIN coin. One of the reasons was regarding the liability. A very important reason. Of course, there are other reasons as well, like being able to really guarantee that the service is going to be offered to the users. It's the other reason, but the first reason was the liability, which means that the DApp provider is liable to the end users because he is the provider of the access token, and we are, let's say, as an ONTOCHAIN, we are bound to a bunch of different to offering access to these different third-party service providers, and as long as we provide this access, these third-party service providers are responsible for providing their services to the DApp. So, of course, there are complex regulatory issues, and one of them was liability. Regarding the VAT that you say, the VAT is, is related to the price, which is first, which is actually the actual service is actually delivered to the end user. So there is a VAT at the price of the access token, which we don't have anything to do about that. The DApp provider pays the VAT directly to the financial authorities. We don't have anything to do with that. The only VAT that we have to do is that we have to pay is on the creation of access tokens. And this, as any other service, for each access token that we create, we have on top of the value in on-the-chain coins of this access token, we have to calculate the VAT, and this VAT has to be given to the financial authorities. Now, if you tell me if I know how to automatically do this through the, I mean, we haven't implemented this, but logistically, there is a solution. I don't know if we have one financial expert from our side with us that may say something more about this. Is Dimitris Koutsupakis here? If not, yeah, I think this is all at the moment.
Okay, so
there is one more question. Yeah, okay, Dimitris.
So Dimitris is he's here.
You want to complete something, Dimitri, on this how we pay the VAT additional to what I said? Yes, please open your. I don't know. He's yeah. I don't know if it's his.
Yeah.
Maybe you can type because you are not part of the panel, so you don't have access to the mic.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Yes.
maybe you.
Yes. Dimitris, you can now.
Perfect.
Please open your camera if you can.
Sorry, I don't have it available, but yeah, I would like to answer the question. It was a very good question about VAT and the regulatory landscape. So you answered, Thanasi, you answered accurately the first part of the question, that any VAT which is subject to the services provided by the creator of the DApp will be paid directly by the developer, by the DApp provider. And bear in mind that this transaction will be probably made in euros. So the end user will pay in euros or in any other traditional currency or conventional currency to the DApp provider, and in exchange, the DApp provider will send this amount of this access token. So for the first part, there is nothing there tricky. The VAT is settled directly by these two counterparties. Now, as far as concerned the creation of the coins that you said, Thanasi, well, currently there is no this type of transaction is not subject to VAT. We just create coins in exchange for an amount of money. Based on the current regulation, this transaction is not subject to VAT. We don't directly provide the service to anyone. You provide the coins. So the coins give you the right to acquire transactions, to acquire the access tokens. So according to the best of our knowledge, right now, we do not have to settle any kind of VAT when you will issue. So this will be like an initial coin offering. When you issue the coins, you don't have to, you're not subject to VAT. There's no service there, there's no transaction. You just exchange an amount of money for probably another amount of money. So yeah, I'm going to clarify that for as far as concerned the first issuance, we don't believe that we will be subject to VAT there.
I just wanted to add that just 30 seconds, that actually what we facilitate with this model is a very smooth collaboration of many participants in providing services. And this is the value of our platform, software platform, because existing platforms focus on single applications. In this platform, we can let collaborators or participants actually collaborate in delivering different applications by sharing quite a lot of resources and functionalities deployed in the ecosystem. And this is, to our understanding, one of the leading examples of how these things can be done in the future. So thanks.
Thank you, Vlado. In the meantime, I don't know, Anthony, if you have had the chance to find one slide that could be more explicit on the ONTOCHAIN architecture.
I can share one. Just a second. Do you see my? Okay, you see. So, okay, what is the whole purpose of ONTOCHAIN was about providing support for trustworthy services exchange and for trustworthy data handling. So, our use cases were around this kind of notions, this kind of objectives, and then we defined several application protocols, as we say, in layer in this layer here, and another layer of core protocols, and the infrastructure, the actual ledger, is down here. So the issues about the digital currency, the blockchain, and the centralized storage and stuff are in the infrastructure layer, with which we almost don't touch, we almost don't deal with. And then we deal with all other layers like identity management as a core protocol, secure and privacy-aware decentralized storage, data semantics, semantic linking, optimizations, gateways, certification, authorization. And then in the application protocols, we care about data provenance, reputation models, decentralized oracles, market mechanisms, ontology representations, privacy-aware and secure data exchange, multi-source identity verification, value sharing, and incentives. Okay, so this was the initial. Of course, this has been materialized. And on top of this, I think it is, okay, not this. I have another picture to show that how and this is actually part of the ONTOCHAIN website, where we can actually see how the whole architecture of ONTOCHAIN has been evolved so far, and all these different solutions that have been developed to apply to these core and application protocols. And if we go here, we have again, as I said, in the core protocols, all these solutions, and about data management, identity management, for example. Let me just mention some, because I mean, these are all people that have worked very hard for these things. So MFSSIA, it was about identity management. Gimli ID, about decentralized identity management and SSIs and VCs. Perunex, for interoperability among different blockchains. KnowledgeX for privacy-aware data analytics, and so on. So you can see the picture, and in the application protocols we have PySwap, which was about discovering market mechanisms for discovering the price of arbitrary digital items, NFTs in this case, but it could be arbitrary digital items by the use of liquidity pools. Decentralized reputation management from Reputable. Desmond was about semantics on data oracles. Pop for Commerce about e-commerce transactions on top of the blockchain, and so on. And on top of that, we have developed a number of applications already, which you will see today. I mentioned already the FEV about e-vehicle, electric vehicle charging. Trucy Health about the data exchange in the health domain. My3Sec about skill management, something like a decentralized LinkedIn, and so on. That's all from my side. I don't know if you have any questions. Sorry for the interruption.
Thank you, Thanasis. So maybe that yes, the layer of the ONTOCHAIN architecture are a bit more clear. There are some questions from the audience.
No,
I
okay.
can. So let's move to the next. I will eventually try to share my screen. And this is just a teaser because, as you already may know, we have planned 2 hackathons in July and the beginning of August, and we want you to understand the process for applying. So let's have a look to it. Stop sharing since it seems that there are some issue with the video, and maybe ask Alexandra. Sorry for this. You know, we are live and we are trying to manage with the technology. So Alexandra, please, can you eventually share your screen so that the audience can hear what we say? You already know that we organize 2 hackathons very soon. So one to develop trustworthy application that address human rights, and the other one targeting application for commerce and services. You are interested? Don't be shy. There is a lot for you to embed in this adventure. You will have the chance to demonstrate your competencies in leveraging ONTOCHAIN functionalities and services. The winner will get features in an interview published among a high reputation and vibrant community of Web3 innovators. You will receive also a certificate from a pan-European Web3 initiative that is well recognized in Europe. And last but not least, you will win a prize of up to 3,000 euros. So we count on you and looking forward to see you there. Bye bye.
Hello. So what we expect from you is some innovative solutions that combine technologies developed in the course of the ONTOCHAIN project. This project has developed over 44 different types of technologies related to metadata management, digital identities, off-chain and on-chain data management, tokenomics principles, and so on and so on. Have a look at our project website and try to see ways of how these technologies could be combined into new and innovative applications. For you, we provide these technologies, we provide advice of all possible sorts, and we look forward to your participation in the hackathon. Thank you.
So the application process is very simple, just follow these 3 tips. First, go to the ONTOCHAIN website where you can find all the hackathon details such as the support materials, the eligibility criteria, the prizes, and the details about the ONTOCHAIN services that you will be able to use during the hackathons. Second, download the proposal template and fill it in with your innovative idea. And third, just follow the link to the application form and upload your proposal there. And that's it.
So thank you for this. Indeed, looking for your application for these 2 hackathons. And let's come now more in depth to ONTOCHAIN functionality, services, and application. So I just want to recall here before the presentation that for enabling modularity, scalability, openness, and high performance, ONTOCHAIN comprise bottom-up different layers. The first one, we just saw it with the last slide of Thanasis, distribute ledger technology layer where smart contracts of the different ONTOCHAIN services are deployed. The core protocol, the second, let's say, layer, the core protocol, application protocol, and ontology layers where fundamental functionalities for building the apps reside. And finally, the last layer, the application one, where decentralized application combining the functionalities and services from previous layers showcase the ONTOCHAIN potential. We will start with 6 services developed for ONTOCHAIN. Those are not the only one, but a small representation of what has been achieved during ONTOCHAIN. And let's start with the first one, which is Babelfish. Babelfish is a registry solution for ONTOCHAIN services. And I will leave the floor to Christophe Fabianek, founder and owner of Own Your Data EU. So please, Christophe, the floor is yours. Christophe, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, good. Then I will start over again. Sorry for that. Greetings here from Austria, and thanks for the opportunity to present our project, Babelfish here. We have implemented the Gateway API, and the goal of this component within ONTOCHAIN is really to span a space of functionalities and available data among the available applications and services, but not only about applications and services within the ONTOCHAIN environment, but actually really spanning this also to external applications. To enable this, our Gateway API is providing a number of functions. So we provide service catalog where also different applications and services can register their functionalities. We provide account management so that organizations can register and the users to interact with each other. And we also provide specific storage mechanisms. So for different services to access on-chain and off-chain storage. What was very important for us is really supporting integrating those different applications and services. We're addressing this interoperability on 3 layers. So on the technical layer, that we say, okay, we want to map different APIs. On the semantic layers, we really want to enable translating data between the different formats that are out there, and also ensuring the governance that we all agree actually on the same rules, on the same ways how we want to share data, how we exchange data. We fully understand that this is not possible, that we expect every application and every service to change it, but what we really just want to provide is what we call, what we have implemented as service description. So in a declarative way, you can describe what functionalities and what data you offer in the environment, and then we in the Gateway API can support a seamless integration. This is actually quite abstract, I understand, and we also wanted to give a very concrete example how this can work. And in our examples where we demonstrate something very simple, like you have a jar of honey, and you produce this jar of honey, you maybe want them to transport it to a certain shop where it is sold. And how can you then enable a consumer to access relevant information, for instance, in a digital product passport? So we have implemented the different APIs. We have merged, we can translate between different data models. And we have also developed something what is called data agreements, where you can really specify when you disclose data shared with others and who is allowed to access what type of data. Beyond that, actually, what is the current status? So it is fully implemented. We have a service catalog online where already a number of projects have registered their services, but we're also actually quite happy that the services we have developed are not just only within ONTOCHAIN, but are now available beyond. And for instance, we have implemented the linting service, and we have heard already today about centralized identifiers, the documents, and so on. And one of the services we have developed is now already used now in the universal resolver, where you can see with this little color indications about the compliance of the different methods. So there are more than 160 different DID methods, and we have actually implemented a linting service that evaluates now how much this is compliant with the specifications. We have also implemented different ways of and our own DID methods that is not blockchain based, and have also contributed to the community here some new developments. We are quite, we are one of the core protocols, so we don't have so many shiny user interfaces actually available, but we have really put a focus on providing as much as possible documentation for developers. So there are different API definitions, there are tutorials, how you can register service, metadata management, how you can interact with available storage providers. And this should be actually quite some extensive information also for the upcoming hackathons who leverage those different interoperability methods that we have made available. With that, I come to the end of this short presentations and looking forward to the Q&A section afterwards. Back to you, Caroline.
Thank you, Christoph. Indeed, there will be a Q&A session after the presentation of the demos. So you will have the chance once again to ask everything you need. So the next project or services is Desmo LD. This is a distributed solution for consuming IoT data enriched with Web of Things semantics and data model. So I leave the floor to Lorenzo Gigli, Senior Engineer at VME.
Okay.
Please, Lorenzo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Caroline. Welcome everybody. My name is Lorenzo Gigli, and this is a brief presentation where I will give you an overview of our OpenCode2 project called Desmo LD. So the idea here was to create a system to bring trustable IoT data on-chain and make them available for smart contracts. Unfortunately, there isn't much in terms of IoT oracles, and many of them rely on centralized data sources and have a limited trust. So on the other hand, it's very difficult to retrieve data from IoT devices since they all have different protocols, different data structures, and they use different interfaces for communication. So our goal was to create a decentralized Oracle system that exploited decentralized data sources, providing basically an easy way to bring them into the system. But not only that, the system also had to be able to eliminate unreliable data sources, therefore maintaining a high level of data quality. This should, in theory, open up new possibilities in terms of supported applications and use cases. The system is organized on 4 layers. We have the clients that are those guys that want to buy IoT data. We have the Desmo protocol, which is a collection of smart contracts in charge of handle requests, responses, payments, and detain the reputation rankings of the data sources. We have the Oracle nodes that basically are those guys that receive requests from the clients and queries some of the device directories in the network. And last but not least, the devices that provide the real IoT data. Both the directories and the devices are made easy to integrate because they have to comply with some abstraction interfaces. So they are very easily pluggable into the system. Our project introduced many innovations. As I mentioned, the usage of Web of Things to abstract the devices and directories and make them fully interoperable with the system. This was a major point for us. We natively support geoqueries that select multi-data sources at once, even for a single request. So you can ask the temperature, for example, in a specific city. We also studied 2 different algorithms for data validation and one for ranking the quality of our data sources. Of course, for achieving this, we leveraged many different tools and technologies. One before all, of course, iExec. We used their decentralized cloud platform to execute and secure our Oracle nodes. We basically deployed our Oracle application into their computing platform. There are also many other tech and standards that we need to, let's say, thank. We used Docker Node for the Oracle application, Angular for our Web3 frontend, Hardx for developing the Desmo protocol layer. We also produced this year a good paper on this work. The paper is called the Decentralized Oracle Architecture for a Blockchain-Based IoT Global Market. This is not published yet, but it will be published on July on the IEEE Communication Magazine. So maybe it will be also available a little bit early as an early access. So hurry up and go take a look. Also, if anyone is interested in learning more, we invite you to take a look at our repositories on GitHub, or maybe you can take a look at the video from last year in which we go a little bit deeper into the architecture and into more technical aspects of the system. Also, don't hesitate to contact us if you have questions or if you want to just connect and chat a little bit. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lorenzo. So yes, there is the possibility to have some question offline, but we can also do that today after the demo presentation. So the next service that I will introduce now is Onto SSI Vault or Gimli that implement SSI and a verifiable credential for creating organization and registering user. So the floor is for Martin Bunder. From Sference, sorry. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So yeah, what we did with this project is that we created a solution for passwordless sign-in and secure verification of digital identities and the private exchange of personal data. And that in accordance with the EUDAS version 2 framework, the proposed regulation, as well as the architecture and reference framework for the new EU identity wallet. Now, what is the rationale for this project? Why are we doing this? First of all, because if you start exchanging information using these technologies for verifiable credentials and decentralized identifiers, then there is an enormous benefit of straight-through processing, to be able to automatically verify identities, automatically verify that the data you receive has not been tampered with and was issued by the original party. But not only that, it's a great carrot, but there's also a big stick, and that is the new EU regulation that, as it looks at the moment, it will be adopted this month before the Swedish member is going to hand over to the Spanish as the next EU member leading the EU Council. That means that also is being said that the implementation of those acts, those regulations, will be done in Q1 2024. So that is 6 to 9 months away already. And that the member states have to implement everything before January 2025. And that's 18 months away. That sounds like a long time, but it's not if you realize that all 27 member states must offer at least one wallet to their citizens. And all authentic sources, that are organizations that hold some private information, personal information about you or information about your company, must be able to issue digital credentials. And all corporates must accept digital credentials. And all public institutions as well, should the customer wish it. So that is, it means in 16 months that everybody, all organizations, public and private, must be able to work with this type of technology, with the digital credential technology. So that's a big stick, I would say. So the thing we've built is a set of open source libraries to build SSI applications with. Libraries that allow you to create decentralized digital identities that can issue and revoke digital credentials and can request and verify digital credentials from the credential wallets that the holders have, the citizen, the client, or the company that you're dealing with. And we created a mobile credential wallet for this passwordless login and the management and sharing of the identities and the data. The approach that we took is that we developed an open ID for verifiable credential libraries. That is a specification that has grown over the last year and is both part of the EU framework and the wallet specification. And it basically consists of an issuer part, the open identity verifiable credential issuance, and the verifiable potential presentation. And that both for the wallet, the client side, as for the issuer, the server side. And it's actually the first implementation of this standard in the world and being used by many organizations, including OAuth, IBM, Microsoft, and other organizations. We updated our SSI SDK and we updated our SSI wallet, these libraries that you can use to create either SSI applications or wallets. The results that we have, therefore, is a set of open source libraries, the SSI SDK, the SSI Wallet SDK, both fully open source and free to use. The open ID for verifiable credentials, the same. And together with Gimli, that we created as part of the ONTOCHAIN project, also a presentation exchange, what's called a self-issued open ID provider, COP. And we created a free and open source reference wallet. These are available for you to use, and you can find both these libraries and as well as some of the demonstrations and certainly documentation on these links that I've provided as part of the presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Martin. Let's move now to MF-SSIA, a multi-factors authentication verification solution. So the floor is for Alexander Norta, CEO and owner of DMAction and researcher at Tallinn University. So Alex, the floor is yours. we cannot hear you. So
yes, now you can hear me.
you're...
Sorry.
Okay.
Now
Okay,
it's good.
great.
Okay, you can see. Okay, no, it's good. Ja, Martin, helemaal bedankt voor die presentatie. This is a very good precursor to what I'm going to present. The MFSSIA application. The full version of this title is Multi-Factor Challenge Set Self-Sovereign Identity Authentication. And so what's the core idea? Let's jump into it. So the point is that we provide a protocol that uses blockchain technology to establish trust in a potentially trustless collaboration scenario involving systems, devices, organizations, and humans for secure data exchange for the so-called machine-to-everything economy, M2X economy. So on a high conceptual level, what does it mean? You have here to the left, if you see my cursor, systems, devices, organizations, humans that post challenges on chain for a counterparty that could be human or non-human, being again organization, device, or system. And the counterparty needs to respond to those challenges, and then these challenge responses also go on chain. So they're all stored challenges and corresponding responses, and then they need to be evaluated for the degree to which they satisfy the challenges, I mean the responses. And then in the end, you have, say, a green light or a rejection to go further with the collaboration. So we also published a little paper where you can see here to the right the information. I hope the slides will be shared because there are many hyperlinks in there. This will take you to the paper that summarizes everything, also has all the figures included and everything else. Okay. So what are the further key objectives and goals for our project? To really provide a flexible and configurable challenge sets that depending on the application context. So the challenges are not fixed in, yeah, also not fixed in numbers, so that you can perform self-sovereign identity authentication, yeah. And for that, the concept at least includes the creation of a marketplace for challenge set creation and challenge response lifecycle management included there from the ONTOCHAIN ecosystem. We've included decentralized knowledge graphs to create a unified data view, yeah, for the lifecycle management, and oracles that then fetch facts from the off-chain worlds into MFSSIA for the evaluation part of the challenge response matches. So the key problem we address is really that you have a potentially untrusted machine-to-everything collaboration environment, say e-healthcare, smart city, logistics with IoT, and so on, to establish self-sovereign identity authentication. So for that, we use context-tailored challenge set configurations. That's the idea. So the methodology we employed was, loosely speaking, design science research. So we had a running case that we employed. A little picture you see to the right, just very briefly. The idea here is that you have a process-aware cross-organizational collaboration for agricultural produce exchange, but these parties are highly automated. So they have a distributed landscape of data, which is expressed in DKG, this decentralized knowledge graph, to create this unified view. And then the MFSSIA running case checks certain challenges, if there's agreement on price, if say gateways, yeah, for cross blockchain sensitive data exchange are in place and correctly configured, if the security licenses are in place. So here we assume one party uses Ethereum, the other one Polygon. And if the challenges are satisfied with the adequate responses, then the green light is given from an MFSSIA side to establish the connection with these gateways, for which we employed the Perun X products gateways to then exchange the data. Yes. So yeah, the unique or innovative techniques utilized are the flexibly scaling change response lifecycle management, which has evolved from my work with my former PhD students from the University of Göttingen, where we first produced some theoretical papers about this protocol. And as I said, for the rapid implementation in this NGI ONTOCHAIN project, we then involved the decentralized knowledge graphs from Origin Trail, the iExec oracles for the facts evaluation. So we have here a tech stack which is listed. You will see, I mean, this is all described in the paper, which I have available for you, which is published at the IEEE Blockchain 22 conference. You see here a mix of traditional legacy tech, you could say, you know, Amazon Web Services, Dockers, and so on. But then, of course, also a good mix of blockchain technologies to realize MFSSIA. So the outcomes and achievements of our projects, best you go to the paper. Here's a screenshot again, here's a link to the paper. And that then also includes, this paper includes all these links, yeah, but nicely embedded in the story of the paper that give you access to the code repository and all the documentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alex, for your presentation. So the next project that I will introduce is KnowledgeX. We don't have with us today the contributor to this project. By the way, this is the company JadenX, and the service enable trust knowledge extraction from data without giving away the control to it. So please, Alexandra, you can start the video. Thank you.
My name is Jacek Kęczora. I'd like to introduce you to KnowledgeX platform that connects data owners like Claudio Conti, owner of small business, with data scientists like Vanessa Martinez, PhD in machine learning from Mexico. What distinguishes us from other similar platforms is that KnowledgeX allows full confidentiality of sensitive data. The sensitive data is never shared with data scientists, and external workers which execute the machine learning models operate in full trusted execution environment, which means that the data cannot be leaked. This allows us owners of business who operate on sensitive data to hire external employees who are mostly very expensive, like machine learning engineers. And for small and mid-sized companies, it's not feasible to give full-time contract to person that is very, very expensive. Let's introduce the platform. In the platform, we can see multiple geeks. In here, Claudio created the anomaly detection in pipes rupture detection. This is a geek which Claudio created. He wants to, based on the pressure data, predict anomalies which result in breaking the pipes. This is very costly, and he would like to get a model that can predict such anomalies in the pipes based on live data. He already got one offer. The offer was created by Vanessa Martinez, previously introduced PhD. He can see her profile, and as soon as he accepts the offer for 5,000 euros, he can see all the details of this offer. So what were the SLAs, what was the gig about, what is the offer about, and KnowledgeX hashes that offer, stores it in blockchain, and this is a proof of existence of that contract, and it allows us to very easily check if the contract was not tampered by either KnowledgeX or other third parties. So this is a proof that of the contract. Vanessa will operate not on a raw dataset, but on obfuscated dataset. In this case, Claudio, where is Claudio? This is a Claudio. Claudio needs to attach two datasets. One raw dataset with all confidential information, and one anonymized dataset, obfuscated one. As soon as he does it, KnowledgeX will share with Vanessa Martinez only obfuscated dataset. Vanessa can later download this dataset and write her model. We can see here that Vanessa already created the model. This is a Python repository. She deployed that Python repository in Docker, and she wants to show the results of explorations. This is my model. I worked on that dataset, and the results are here. Let me show the results. Based on those models, Vanessa plotted the graphs from the sensors and detected 3 ruptures in the data, which means that in those 3 points of time, the pipes are most likely to break, and that Claudio employees should check that. It will help them as well to detect future problems. When she creates that exploration job, Claudio can see in the gig that Vanessa is working and she did something. Vanessa used that Docker image, and he can of course download the results. He likes the results. He wants to try how will be the results on the full dataset. He picks the raw dataset. He can write some description for the execution job, and he pastes the Docker Hub image here. As soon as he starts execution, KnowledgeX is making a call to the platform called iExec. iExec is a trusted execution environment, which allows us to trigger a job in the trusted way without sharing any information. We can see that this execution job has started. We've got multiple contracts here and orders. We've got worker pool order, which is a blockchain proof that we made an order for a worker pool to get that job. We've got app order, which means that we deployed the app in KnowledgeX, in iExec. We can see now the task, the worker is revealing the task, which means he just triggered a machine learning model. And the deal order, which is the information about the deal, which means that we'll pay to the worker, how much we'll pay, and which worker will take care of our data. Now, since the results are there, we can download the results. This model was triggered live, so this was a live computation. And we can see that based on data from multiple sensors, we detected not 3, but 5 ruptures, because we've got a full overview on the data. As soon as Claudio is happy with the results, he can finish the gig and pay Vanessa. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, so you have seen here quite an application, but the services that is behind is available on our website and resources page. So next project now that I will introduce is PSSDA. That is a data exchange agreement protocol that enable data regulatory compliance, auditability, and transparency. And this project will be presented in the next video by Lotta Ludin from iGrant.io. So please, Alexandra, you can share the video with us.
Let's face it, There's no lack of data, and there's no lack of willingness to share personal data. So why should society accept that the life expectancy of a child diagnosed with type 1 diabetes is lower than that of a child without diabetes? I don't, and neither should you. Meet Annette. She has type 1 diabetes. The overarching challenge for her is to keep her blood sugar levels between 4 and 8 at all times. This requires tracking 5 factors with hundreds of data points in applications and devices, apart from applying her knowledge. Today, these data points are at best available through APIs, but the lack of standards and interoperability prevents seamless access to many of the data sources. The main problems related to data access are fear of non-compliance to data regulation, which hampers data collection. The second problem is that there is no scalable infrastructure for seamless data sharing, where care providers and researchers can gain insights to support persons like Annette. And finally, there are little means to verify the authenticity and quality of the data that is exchanged. Our solution involves 2 parts, a Data for Diabetes app and a data marketplace. The app acts as Annette's virtual pancreas. This app uses SAS analytics, making the app smarter with insights to automatically keep the blood sugar between 4 and 8. Using this app, Annette can add additional data sources quickly and safely to collect new insights that could further help her. The app has built-in federated analytics to get actionable insights. Using this, Annette, for example, can check how many carbs are in a particular restaurant dish using SAS image recognition services. The app recommends the number of insulin units needed for the number of carbs in the food, taking her insulin ratio into account. Annette can accept the recommended insulin units or modify it. The Data for Diabetes app is decentralized and powered by data sources via a health data marketplace, which forms the second part of our solution. The marketplace uses a protocol-based approach instead of traditional APIs to connect, consume, and share sensitive personal data. We call it the Nordics Data Marketplace. It helps organizations to process and exchange personal data safely and securely using emerging W3C standards. With our solution, we have solved one problem, but we've created another. What should Annette do with all the time that she has freed up from not having to manage her diabetes? Together with SAS Institute and partners, we offer Data for Diabetes, a virtual pancreas, enabling any person with type 1 diabetes to live a full life without the stress and workload related to keeping the blood sugar at bay.
So once again, as you may have seen, these services that have been developed as a result in a concrete application. Of course, you might be able to find everything that you need regarding that services on our ONTOCHAIN website. So I propose that we move now for the Q&A session regarding these services that have been presented, and even other ones if you have other questions. Any question? So it seems that everything was understandable from the audience. Okay, so let's move to the next part, and the third party innovators demonstration. First of all, I just want to recall you about our small survey. Here you have the link or the QR code to scan in order to provide your answer. Let's move to the next session. So we are going to present you a bunch of applications that have been built on top of the services that you have seen right now. Actually, we are going to start with Create. That is a decentralized content marketplace for a content creator. And I will leave the floor to Mikko Ville-Valiento from UNIT. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Caroline. So, hello everybody. My name is Mikko Ville-Valiento, and I'm here to tell you about our project called Create. We're a team of 4 seasoned professionals from various backgrounds, and we have designed and built Create to be a content marketplace solution for ONTOCHAIN. As you all probably know, monetizing content is hard, with big platforms exploiting content creators with only little opportunity for them to properly monetize their own content. Decentralization helps us to democratize the web so that the value can be transferred more equally to those who actually create content. The Create has a layer-based architecture where we have attempted to balance speed, scalability, usability, and decentralization. The user always owns her keys and data, but consuming the API and, for example, searching for relevant content is still easy and fast compared to many current Web3 services. The published content is saved on-chain in an encrypted format, which is accessible only to the encryption key given to the content creator and anyone who has purchased the particular content. Therefore, even though the blockchain is public and readable to anyone, the content needs to be purchased before it can be consumed. I'll now show you a quick demo of our example front-end application, which is consuming the Create API and service. So let's say I'm a blog creator or a financial analyst or something like that, and I have a blog post or an article on my website, and it's behind a private URL, so it's not visible to public, or it's not searchable by Google. I'll copy the address and I'll show you how we can now monetize this article using the Create marketplace. So here's the Create marketplace, our very simple front-end application using the Create. I can search for content. I can see my published and purchased content, which there is none at the moment since I just created my Create account. I'll just check that I have my name there in my profile. I can now add content. I'll paste the URL and access the Create API. This is essentially what the users can then find on the Create marketplace. I'll set a price, let's say 12 tokens, and I'll publish the content. So this will now connect to the Create API, and it will be published to the blockchain, encrypted there, and I will get the encryption key. And as you can see, there's on the top left corner, I had 1,000 tokens. The publishing itself cost a little transaction fee. And if anybody now happens to buy that particular content, I will then immediately receive the tokens via the blockchain. I can show you how to search for content here. No, there's at least, I've added some Angular articles here. As you can see, the search is really fast. We cache the data from the blockchain, so it's not like you have to spend tokens every time you do a search or something like that. You can see there's a few articles there. And I can see on the top left corner there, somebody already purchased my article, maybe even twice. So I just received some money immediately from my content without anybody actually taking like a huge sum from between. Let me buy that one. And the content could be anything. It could be a YouTube video with a private link. It could be a Word document. It could be anything that's behind a URL that we can consume on the application. Now I have purchased the content. I have received the encryption key, so I can just go ahead and open the content. And there we see I can read the blog post. And of course, I could just share it with your typical mobile application features. So that's for the demo. That's how you monetize your content on Create. And if you are interested in testing the service, or you have any additional questions or suggestions, please feel to contact us on any of the shown addresses or other channels. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mikko, for this great presentation. Let's move now to DevEV, a decentralized application that enables to share EV charging station between electric vehicle user. The presenter will be François Chiron, CTO at WeareNode. Please, François, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So I'm François Chiron, CTO of WeareNode, and I'm going to present you the DevEV project that is developed on the ONTOCHAIN ecosystem. In order to accelerate the adoption of electric vehicles, the charging infrastructure needs to grow much faster. So the DevEV project allows to utilize all the existing private charging stations, which are 10 times more abundant than the public charging stations. Each owner can share their equipment thanks to a fully decentralized peer-to-peer marketplace in the same ID as Airbnb. DevEV provides the blockchain solution where each station can offer interoperable charging services, but without any central entity, differently from Airbnb. So the owner will use a DApp to create a twin, digital twin in the blockchain for his charging equipment. Then any EV driver can find it on the map, pay for the service, and charge his car. Managing every step of the process on-chain ensures traceability of the transactions, which can be used for smart cities projects, transparency and instant payment, while also building the reputation of the owner. So DevEV is developed by WeareNode, and we are going to dive into the architecture of the project. So the first step is, of course, the charging point owner will declare a new object and write information in the smart contract. He needs also to create a daemon that will pilot the charging point in the real world and be connected to the smart contract. Then, once this is done, the EV driver on the left can use the DApp, which is only hosted on a web server and has access to a shared file system. He will be able to select the charging station and start the charge. In this architecture, we are using several ONTOCHAIN services. We are using Gimli for identification of the charging point owner. we are collecting price from the Oracle from iExec. The reputation is based on the reputable technology, and the files are stored on the ONTOCHAIN file storage. So let's go to the live demo. What we have here is, first on the left, we have the screen that can see the EV driver. He will use the MetaMask to connect to the blockchain. In the middle, we are seeing the screen of the explorer of the blockchain that we have been deployed, and we will see the transaction going there. On the left, we have a live camera from Benoit, where we can see the electric car and see whether he will charge or not. And in the middle, the black window is the log of the daemon that is supervising the charging station. So I am an EV driver, and I will log with MetaMask. I am accessing an application where I can see my last transactions. I can check the token that I have that will be used for the payment of the service. I go to the map, and then I will select one of the charging stations that are next to me. Let's have a look at this one. I will check the reputation and the comments of the previous transactions. It seems okay, so I will set up a time. Let's say 31 minutes. Actually, it will be 31 seconds for the demo, of course. And I will press the charge button. Okay, 20, I will pay for that. And I will be asked to be connected to the blockchain. When I confirm, I see the transaction starting. It is pending. It's called a start request. The community manager has seen the transaction. The token have been transferred. You can see that the user has paid the smart contract. And so the token are maintained on the smart contract. The charging point is on. We can see the vehicle charging. Benoit, up. Yes, it is charging. And then the daemon will start in 31 seconds, the stop request. The user can see the progression of the bar. Okay, the notification of the start has been finished. We can see the finished transaction, which is processed by the blockchain. And we will be invited to, so we can also check on the car side that has stopped. The charge ended, inviting me to leave a comment. So since it was very good, I can say that it's a great charge. And so it needs to be a transaction because it will write on the blockchain. And whenever some people come around and have a look at the charging station, they will see, hopefully, the list of transactions, batch transaction and comment, and he's happy to do another charge. That's it for my demo. Back to you, Caroline.
Thank you, Francois, for this good presentation. Very interesting. So let's move to our next application called ECOS. This is an application that indicates to the energy community when it is possible to consume energy, and it is also based on an incentive. So the presenter will be Mattia Alfieri from Appio. Please, Mattia, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I am Mattia Alfieri from Appio. I'm the CTO, and Appio is a company specialized in the digitalization of energy and energy assets. And today I will introduce you to ECOS. So, as many of you might know, energy grid operators are facing a lot of unprecedented surges in energy demand with increased, let's say, unpredictability, and the classical solutions to these issues, such as adding more capacity to the network, don't work anymore. And among the possible solutions to this kind of problems, we believe that energy communities are one of the best solutions we have right now. In energy communities, we usually have two main kind of stakeholders that we will call them producers and consumers. But the problem is that as a producer, often I don't know where my energy is going and how much I will earn from my production. And on the same part, we have the consumer, which does not know where the energy he's consuming will come from, and if the energy is actually produced in the community. And furthermore, we don't have often a real-time exchange of information in this kind of scenarios. So that's why we built ECOS, which is a full-stack cloud platform for energy communities, and it enables a transparent and accountable system and create economic value for all the stakeholders, for all the users involved in energy communities. The enabling technologies for us are obviously the blockchain and the Internet of Things, because we are able to put in communication distributed energy resources such as photovoltaic storages and electric vehicles, charging stations, and so on with our platform and ultimately with our users through dedicated dashboards and mobile applications. We believe that our unique selling points are data timestamping, because the data acquired through IoT sensors is timestamped with blockchain, and this will create trust among all the stakeholders and actors in the energy community, because this data is then verifiable. And also self-sovereign identity, because our mobile application acts as a wallet, enabling self-sovereign identity for each actor in the community. And last but not least, a token. We have an ERC20 token, which will enable us to promote virtuous behavior within the community. This is all possible thanks to two main building blocks from the ONTOCHAIN ecosystem. And the main one is EDOS, because we will use EDOS to ensure the data quality from the data that is coming from the IoT sensors. And we deployed our ERC20 smart contract token on the blockchain. As I said before, our two main building blocks and interaction points are the ECOS mobile app and the coordinator dashboard. Here you can find some of the main screens from the mobile app. We will have a home page that shows the consumption and the incentives gained by each user, and which appliances are consuming more energy, and let's say how the incentive is distributed during the day. Regarding the coordinator dashboard, we have two main parts. The first one is the analytics part, where each community coordinator can, let's say, analyze the energy fluxes that are flowing through each community is administering, and then the administration part, which allows the administrators to handle new users or, let's say, all the details of the energy community. Now we have a small demo of the mobile application. After the login, we can see the homepage where the user can see the consumptions and the incentives. The user can obviously change their details, and most importantly, the user can add its point of delivery to the wallet. So this will trigger a transaction that will bind the user to its point of delivery, and that will act as a, let's say, identifier of the user within the energy community. And after that, we can see already that we will have the energy consumption from that given point of delivery, so that particular meter. After that, we can also have a look at the wallet, where each incentive is then spendable in the marketplace, and the tokens can be sent among users. And that is all on my side, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mattia, for your presentation. So let's move to the next application, that is My3sec, a decentralized system that redefines careers growth and project management. And this will be presented by Cristiano Agudi from VME. Please,
Thank you, Caroline.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay, so Thank you for this slot. Today I'm going to present you MyTriSec. As Caroline introduced, I'm Cristiano Guzzi, CTO of Paime. So with the MyTriSec, what we want to tackle is the problem that right nowadays, as you know, the job market is shifting to an hybrid model, which of course encourage some positive impacts for sustainability and efficiency. But however, this new model influenced negatively the process of representing evaluation skilled worker. As you know, in fact, curriculum vitae are plagued by suggestive biases, lack of transparency, and unreliable information. As a result, professionals and workers struggle to showcase their abilities and differentiate themselves effectively, but also to port their skill experience across different companies. As a side note, the European Commission declared the 2023 the European Year of Skill, proving once again the importance of this problem. So we want to tackle this challenge with MyTriSec, which is a comprehensive solution designed to enhance the efficiency and the transparency of remote work processes. Basically, with MyTriSec, we are exploiting the blockchain to provide a trust log of time spent in different activities or projects, building your distributed verified curriculum vitae. On the right side of this slide, you see our overview architecture. I won't go into detail, but basically we are 4 actors. One is companies, one is workers, third is the HR companies, and fourth are regular users. They're using the system. It could be workers or companies. So basically, the whole idea is that companies represented by manager or reviewers create tasks or projects, and then workers work on these projects or tasks. The goal of the main goal of the workers is to log the hours of the task. Then the task is also associated with the skill needed to complete the task. And once the manager or the reviewer esteem that the task is completed, basically can give you a final score. And then together with all this information, we can collect all this data and give you an estimation of the experience that you gained completing that task. The fourth role of the regular users, basically this whole system is handled by the DAO, managed by the DAO. So a regular user can actually vote different parameters of the system and take all these scoring mechanisms to better fit the community needs. Of course, then there's the HR, which basically do the headhunting process and find the best talents. So here we prepared some screenshots of our application. It's currently running, but it's not yet published in the last link that I'm going to show you. So here you see the login page. You have also the sign up page, of course. And then let's move on to the main landing page, which is your distributed community curriculum vitae. Here you see the overview of the skill that you gained, the project that you worked on. Plus, you can see here we have an orthogonal feature with the login hours system. Basically, we have a kind of built up this certificate system that can be in the future integrated with the verifiable credential that we discussed this morning. This is ideal for people that do not have already worked in a project, but they want to jumpstart a little bit their experience thanks to the certificates. Certificates are issued by organizations in the system. And plus, you can see these endorsing numbers and energy numbers. This is our reputation system that kind of embeds the social aspect of working together. But we will see in more details in the next slides. Here's the overview of the organization. As you imagine the organization, you see the people that are working on the organization, plus the projects. If you click on the projects, you can see the detail of the project, the task list, the members. Plus, if you move on, you see the detail of the task. We have 2 different views for the task detail, one for the manager, one for the worker. If the manager deems that the task is completed, he can complete the task, and then the workers can get the reward in skill experience points with a transaction on the chain. Plus, here's an example how to log the hours. Nowadays is completely manual, but we are planning also automatic ways that at the end of the day, after you install an agent in your system, you get a report and then you can upload automatically in the system. Here you have this endorsing mechanism, the reputation system that I discussed in the previous slide. Basically, you have a total of energy that you can assign to different users. The more energy you give to users, the more you endorse them to work, that they are good to work, basically. And so finally, what we are, our end goal, we try to help workers to get their career growth. We also help managers to better manage users and to also allocate them in different tasks. Plus, with the certificate program, we also give you the ability to improve your skills through courses and so on. So these are resources. You can find our D app. It's not yet published. It's just a demo version right now. plus the GitHub repository. And that's all for the demo. Don't forget to follow us on our social networks. This is World MitriSec, and thank you for having me today. Thank you.
Thank you, Cristiano. So thank you. And as you may all have seen, there is, of course, with all these applications that we are showing you today, different application domain. So the next one will be recheck green box, mainly regarding construction and building. So this is a digital building logbook to store, secure, share, and extract value from real estate data. And it will be presented by Emil Stoyanov from the CTO at Recheck. So please, the floor is yours. Emil, you are maybe muted.
Yes, indeed. I'm sorry for this. Thank you very much. I'm Emil Stoyanov, CTO of Recheck. I'm going to present to you the solution that we developed for ONTOCHAIN ecosystem. It's called the Recheck Green Box, and it's a very new approach to collecting data for buildings. What we have seen in the sphere of real estate, especially commercial real estate, that the data that belongs to the building, such as documents or real-time data that comes from sensors, such as air quality, CO2 levels, humidity, even things like energy consumption, it's difficult to collect them from one place. Usually they're distributed from different, it depends, but it's very difficult to collect them at one place. So we have developed this solution where we aggregate data in such a way that we adjust the information in such a way to be able to actually compare apples to apples at the end. And even you can do information collecting from different buildings, and at the end you can compare metrics from different buildings and decide on, for example, investing or other activities. So a green box for us is a place where data is assigned to the building and goes along with the building within its life cycle. We have two main aspects in the solution. First of all, it's aggregation, where we collect from different sources such as IoTs, APIs that provide available data. We normalize this data, and then we can see it in real time, or we can report for this. The second aspect of the solution is actually supporting this missing piece, where different stakeholders, such as investors, owners, tenants, can actually collaborate on data exchange and contribute to the whole value of the building, because the more data you collect, the more valuable this building becomes in terms of things like investment opportunities, reporting, ESG, and so on. So we have implemented an access structure that makes it possible for data to be shared from different roles. I will show you now a demonstration where my account is registered as a building owner, and I log into the system, and I'm able to give access of the buildings that are registered in the system to a specific new account or existing account, or we can create an account. In this case, we're creating a new user. And this user, we are going to give him the role of basically an investor. As organization owner, I mean, as a building owner, I can give different rights, such as read write rights, and I selected all the buildings. I have selected different sensors, and I'm creating the account. After the account has been created, this user can now log into the system with his credentials. And inside the system, we support 2 modes. Now, what we see currently is that we can switch between modes, but this mode is so-called real-time mode, where we can see different metrics coming from the sensors, such as CO2 level, temperature, humidity, and we can see a historic movement of these values. The second mode is the data mode, where we see all the different shared buildings on the left with their subsections, floors, and rooms, where this access is given to the user and he can see specific documents such as renovation protocol or equipment documentation, whatever is actually assigned to the building. So after any documentation is entered into the system, it is kept inside and secured by the DKG service of Origin Trail. This is a project that has been developed inside together with ONTOCHAIN in the second call, and they provide the service for actually securing the data, and any change that comes into it is secured for forever and can be actually traced as immutable. We are welcoming anyone to check our solution at the Greenbox website. This video that I've shown is available on YouTube, and anyone can ask for more information on our email. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you, Emil. So let's move to the next application that is called Trustworthy Health. And this is a decentralized, trustworthy health information exchange for patient self-sovereign medical record. So please, Andreas Abraham from Validated ID, the floor is yours.
So hello, everybody. My name is Andreas Abraham. I'm working at Validated ID, and I'm responsible for the SSI stack we are developing. And also I'm responsible for the ONTOCHAIN Project Trustworthy Health. So what we have seen in the past is that the health industry has a problem because it deals on the one hand with sensitive data, and these data are stored and handled in certain data formats and stored in silos at health information providers, for example, hospitals. And we saw the problems there that these systems lack data portability, data privacy, and sometimes even they're not compliant with the law. So this is why we came up with our project Trustworthy Health. And what we wanted to do here is we aim to apply the concept of self-sovereign identity to the health industry. So basically, we want to empower the users that they are able to import the health data into their digital identity wallet using a middleware which we call the Trustworthy Health. And this way, the user then, or the patient, can then manage this data and can present it to other doctors, for example, for a second opinion, without involving the original data source. So it's also preserving the privacy of the patients. So this is the whole high-level architecture of our system. We have a piloting partner, which is a common management system. So they are developing software for hospitals, for example, and they are actually piloting our Trustworthy Health service. Trustworthy Health is built upon our SSI stack. As you can see, the green boxes here, this is our existing infrastructure, and on top of that, we were building the SSI stack, the Trustworthy Health stack. So basically, how the use flow is, a patient goes to the hospital and logs in there to the patient portal using the preferred authentication methods from the hospital. And in this portal, the patient is able to look at health data and also some other things. And what we have done now is, with the help of Commons, they have integrated there an export health data button. So if the user presses this button, the user performs using VIT wallet, which is our identity wallet, a DIT aus, so proves the ownership of the DID, selects what health data want to be exported, and then there's a request for transformation sent to the Trustworthy Health service. The Trustworthy Health service transforms this health data object into a verifiable credential data object. We also apply a qualified electronic signature with using the EIDAS bridge, and then at the end offer this credential to the wallet. So the patient receives a notification if he wants to accept this credential offer and store this in the wallet. And the second scenario would be that the patient goes to a doctor and the doctor says, okay, for this, if you want to have a second opinion about something, okay, I want that you share with me certain health data. So we have implemented a verifier tool, and the doctor presents, so selects then what health data are requested, and QR code is generated following the OpenID Connect protocol. The user scans the QR code with the identity wallet, selects then what credentials should be shared, so what health data objects he wants to share, and then these data are transmitted. And this verifier tool also not only is able to request data and display data, but also is verifying those data. Important to note is also that we are creating JSON in JSON LD, so linked data format, meaning that the health data object is stored in encrypted form on the IPFS network and is also fetched from there. Okay, so here we have some links to some resources. Our project is open source. It's on our GitHub, and if you wanna have more information about this, please reach out to me. And now what I actually wanted to do is do a live presentation, a live demonstration. But since we do not have finished the integration with the front end, I can only show you a Postman collection during this course, but I can show you my wallet. So as you can see here on the right side, this is my identity wallet. And here you see we have
Andreas, no, yes. We cannot see. We cannot see the.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Now?
No, it looks fine.
Okay. So as I said, I have here the Postman collection. So basically, Trustworthy Health exposes two public endpoints. One is for importing the data into the wallet, and one is then from getting the data. Just very brief that you can see, we have here, there's some authentication towards our endpoint, of course, because we don't want that anybody can just, spam it. And what we have done here is, so that the object body contains two important parts. So the first is the health data object, and the second one is the DID, which will then be bound to this object and is already bound to the user. So we have here an example health data object, which is allergy data from the HL7 examples. And at the end is the DID, which is my DID, which I have here in the wallet. Okay, I have here a did ether did. Okay, so and if I execute this command, then this is what happens from in the patient portal, that the data are then sent to trustee hairs, transformed and sealed. And now I get as patient this offer into the wallet. This is what I got now. With the document ID, which is the hash of the document stored on the IPFS node. And if I press accept, then I have, instead of one, now I have 2 credentials in my wallet. And the same would be for the get document. I would have to add here the hash of the document, and then, as you could see, refetching it and decrypting it from the IPFS node. So that was it for my presentation.
Thank you, Andreas. One application in the health domain. So now we will move to the next application, that is Copyrightly, decentralized copyright management for social media, and that has been developed by the University of Lleida in Spain. Alexandra, I will ask you to share the video.
Copyrightly is a decentralized application that leverages blockchain and semantic web technologies to facilitate copyright management. Creators can claim content authorship and provide also supporting evidence that is registered on-chain. There is a CLI token that is used to curate these authorship claims. Creators can license their content through NFTs that point to the reuse terms that are being transferred with that token. And these NFTs can be traded on existing NFT marketplaces, with the added value that the potential purchasers can trace copyright back to the original authorship claims. A typical scenario that will be illustrated is of a YouTube video creator that is willing to explore alternative ways to monetize his content. Here we have the piece of content already present on YouTube. What the creator will do will be to connect his Ethereum wallet. So now the creator can register the piece of content. In this case is this copyright blockchain video that will be uploaded to IPFS. So we will select the original piece of content. It's better that we upload the higher quality version of the video, and at this point it will be possible by providing the title and uploading the content, a hash of the content will be generated. That is what is going to be registered on chain. We are going to be using a MetaMask. We will sign the transaction, confirm it. We can then track the transaction on Rinkeby. It's still pending. And when it is accepted, we will get, okay, now we see that the manifestation has been registered. We can go to the details and we will see that now our authorship claim is registered on chain. It's pointing to the original video. So in this case, the content is being retrieved from decentralized storage. the creator that it's pointing to our identity on chain, the date it was registered. We can also go to the transaction where this registration was made. We can link this authorship claim to the original video on YouTube. And to do that, we will just add a YouTube evidence that will be registered also on chain. Here we have our identity, the manifestation, that is this authorship claim that we have just uploaded, that will be linked to this evidence. We have to provide the video ID. And now we are requested to prove that we have control on the original YouTube video by adding this specific text to the description of the video. So we can just copy this piece of text and we should add this to the description of the video. So we will just paste it here, save it. So now that we have added this, we can check here that we have done this part of the job and register this evidence. And finally, we see that there is a success. It has been checked that the video actually contains that hash. So we can go back to the manifestation details. We refresh. So finally, we have unlocked the option to mint an NFT associated to this authorship claim that is linked to this YouTube video. We click the terms that are going to be represented with this NFT that is going to model a license with the specific rights that the owner is going to be getting by owning this NFT. If we click the mint NFT, then we are going to be making a blockchain transaction to mint that particular NFT that will be tied to these terms. We will see at the bottom of the page the NFT that we just minted. We can inspect the metadata. In this case, we can check. This is the metadata that is tied to this NFT, and from this moment we can, for instance, start trading it on existing marketplaces, in this case OpenSea or Rarible, that are also available on the Rinkeby testnet. And we can see that now the NFT has been imported automatically into the OpenSea marketplace and can be now traded here. For additional information about Copyrightly, please check the project website at copyrightly.rhizomic.net.
Okay, so you have seen another type of application with once again another domain of application. Let's move now to CarChain. That is an application for the execution of smart contracts for parametric insurance that are triggered by condition measured by IoT connected sensor. So for this application has been developed by the University of Salamanca. They are not with us today, but their coach, Alberto Caramella, is about to present you the application.
Okay, hence this is the general first slide. Alexandra, if you can go to the second. Okay, which are the objectives of this application? CarChain is a parametric insurance application, and in this case, specific for the agriculture. What are parametric insurances? Parametric insurances are those in which the customer is paid in the case that some specific event happens without additional investigation on effects. And this is simplify internal processes on reduce cost by the insurance. Imagine, for example, that there is a storm in a specific area. And of course, this area is monitored by wine monitoring and so. if this area is under a storm for some time with heavy wind condition, and so very likely in this municipality farmer will be affected. And in that case, there is a micro insurance. Farmer are be paid because there has been the storm without having that the insurer verify that they have a real damages and so. It can be very lucky, but if there is a storm, it's a storm for everybody in this area. Okay, these extreme conditions are verified, of course, with a suitable network of IoT sensor connected to the blockchain architecture. Yes. Next slide, please. Okay, and how this application works? Because, of course, this is an application, but it is also interesting to understand the whole architecture. IoT sensors are integrated with the application through two complementary on-chain technologies. The exchange on the exact on-chain factory we assure the relevant transmission of data from sensor to the application. But sensor can be faulty. Hence, EDOS is the technology which verifies that sensor works properly. Hence, this is the occasion to remind that these two technology, the exact decentralized Oracle factory, which is a second generation Oracle architecture, we solve the single point of failure, which is typical for first generation solution having single Oracle. If the Oracle fails, this is a failure for sensors. Instead, with this factory, this problem is overcome. Moreover, the ADOS solution verifies that a sensor by sensor, is no faulty by using an AI implementation which verifies the credibility of the data stream acquired from the sensor, because there has been any sensor has been trained before to see if this what is obtained is measured is credible, but because it, for example, it's very evident that when a sensor fault is continuously at zero. Hence, just also to give a suggestion for those applying for hackathon, you can use the same architectural pattern that is the exact Oracle factory and EDOS to integrate sensor in your application. By the way, you have also seen a similar case in previous application, which was the case of ECOS. Okay, next, please. Okay, then given this background, I can also introduce the demo, which is, by the way, a demo without any comment, and as I have to make my comments. And this demo show 4 kind of different roles with the corresponding interface. These roles are the business manager, which defines different kind of contracts. For example, a contract for 1 year, for 2 years, and so. Then there is an interface for insurance agents, which apply the standard contracts, but have to instantiate to the specific farmer, saying his name, some other eventual potentially changeable condition, and so. Then there is a third level, which is the system administrators, which configure the platform, including sensors. Okay, and moreover, there are farmers which have access to their contract and to related events. in the following demo, these actors compare exactly in this sense. First, the business manager, then the insurance agents, then the system administrator interface, then the farmer interface. If I think Alexandra can show the demo. Okay. It's running. Okay, this is the first interface. It's the interface for the business manager, which defines the typical insurance, which are for an insurance company are products. Okay.
So actually, the video is very lengthy, and I
Yes.
believe that Alexandra is trying to put the good speed for it.
That's the reason. This video is a little slow. This is answers the first interface for the business manager, which defines the product as products. Okay, and condition, standard clauses, and so. And this video has some time to enter different kind of fields. Okay. Not impressive, but if in real life, these are typical interface for in some business. Okay, it should be has been defined probably a sort of category of insurance. Very likely is three first interfaces, which are typical business interface. Are not so, let me say, impressive. Simply does this work. Perhaps the last interface is this interface which is exposed to the pub is a little more fancy, because also suppose they use through a cell phone. Okay, so the category of the insurance has been defined, and we go to another actor, typical, which are typically the agents. Okay, and now this is the issue of a specific insurance for a specific customer. define, of course, the extension of this insurance with start date and end date and so on. Okay, yes. Now we have seen the two first actors, which is the business manager and specific agents. Now there is the third actor, which is the should be entered now. Which is the system administrator. In few minutes, from this point now. From the next interaction is the system administrator, which configures the system, not yet. Okay, yes. This is the system administrator, which configure the system in order to define the, let me say, the IoT, to properly configure the IoT connected. Okay.
So I believe that we have more or less understand the concept.
Yes,
we are
the
sorry
interface
because
is rather slow, but we have understood the general issue. And I think that in any case, it's useful for also hackathon applicants to see how to interface, let me say, external devices and so. It is a very good exercise you can see also on the code.
yes, and in any way, if you want to see this this demo, you can find it also on the ONTOCHAIN website. Actually, this is also a very good application with a simple interface that is user friendly. So yes, you can go back to that. So now, what we are going to do, just after this small recall regarding our small survey on Slido. So now that you have seen a big part of the ONTOCHAIN project, I believe that you can go there and answer our question. And then not then, but right now, let's move to the question and answer because there are some. So I will read them, and the presenter to which they are asked will be identified. So regarding the first demo, it was for create. The content is encrypted and access must be first purchased. If a key gets leaked or an algorithm broken, then in essence, data stored on blockchain is publicly readable. There is no possibility to change, in bracket, re-encrypt the data on the need-be basis. How is that threat being dealt with? Also, if one has purchased access to that content, what keeps them from leaking or sharing it privately or publicly? So, Miko, this is typically a question for you.
Yes.
If you can answer, yeah.
Sure. Yeah, that's a very good question. At the current version, we have not been dealing with this problem. Of course, I agree that essentially on the blockchain, you shouldn't put anything that can be in the future cracked, such as if you would have a messaging application, you wouldn't actually put the messages into the blockchain because they might become public property later. However, in this case, we're dealing with information such as blog posts and that sort of things, which we, since this is a marketplace, we don't consider them to be sensitive. Nothing prevents the user from leaking the encryption key, in the same way as nothing essentially prevents you from sharing your user account to some blog platform or something like that. But I think in the future it might be worthwhile to investigate implementing, for example, rotating key rotation. So the encryption keys could be rotated, and then of course the user who has purchased the content would receive the new encryption key when next time downloading the content, because the purchases are in the blockchain. So that might be one way to deal with it. But anyway, very good question, and we'll definitely look into this. Thanks.
Thank you, Miko. One other question: is this block scoot available for testchain? Is it possible to use it for education and teaching purposes? So I don't think that it was for create. Maybe for Dismo LD, or is there someone that recognizes himself in that question? Seems not. So eventually, if the person that has asked or raised this question can just elaborate a bit more and actually identify the presentation or the presenter to whom it is addressed. Then another question: why members of ecosystem didn't use 5ware smart data models for smart building, smart energy, smart agriculture? Maybe I think we can have a general or global answer, and maybe this can be targeted for Thanasis or Vlado, if you want to answer.
Yes, okay. So just one comment about this on me. First of all, these are live developments that have recently been developed by 5ware Foundation related to the blockchain. I've seen that recently 5ware has migrated towards the DLT domain. But don't forget that ONTOCHAIN is 3 years old now. So in 2020, we were the only ones that we were talking about all these things. The only, let's say, ecosystem that was close to ONTOCHAIN concept, but not really doing not even 10% of the ONTOCHAIN concept, was the project called a Chinese development that was called Ontology. Also, the NEO framework is kind of one approach towards the ONTOCHAIN, let's say, software platform, but still, I have to stress that both NEO and ontology frameworks have only around 10% of the functionality of ONTOCHAIN. So to make the long story short, it wasn't there when we were thinking about all these things. Okay, so we have developed everything from scratch for everybody else to use.
Thank you,
I would also
Thanasis.
say, so maybe I can just add, sorry, Caroline, that the value of what we have developed is the added technologies that can collaborate together to build new type of smart applications. And they include much more than, I think, what we see at the moment. Other companies and developments are actually focused on just delivering infrastructures. And this is like way above that. And it's much closer to production grade applications that can combine very interesting features to provide trustworthiness in different domains. So it's like off-the-shelf set of libraries and tools that one can use. And complemented with that is this business model that allows actually integration of applications within an ecosystem so that more people and the community can collaborate in this delivery of applications. So we feel that we are way above existing developments in the domain, because many of the existing projects have funded particular technologies and solutions, but not looked into the way how these can form an ecosystem and how core protocols and technologies could be made to collaborate together. So this we feel is the major contribution of the project. Maybe some more people can add to this.
I also want to say something regarding the previous question on Block Scout. I just pasted in the chat the Block Scout Explorer of Belcourt. So if your questions was regarding the observability of Belcourt overall, then this is it. This is the link, and it is public. You can observe what is happening there in real time. If you were asking a particular project about their own blockchain, let's say, operation, then you have to ask the specific project. Thank you.
Thank you to both of you, Vlado and Thanasis, for that. I just want also to remind that all this application that you have seen, and this was also passed by Vlado a few seconds ago, all this project, all this application have been built on the underlying layers that are the application protocol, the core protocol, and the ontology. So what we have done in this ecosystem is all the time to be able to use the services and functionality that have been developed by the previous project. So OpenCall 2 Innovators has built on OpenCall 1 Innovators solution, and OpenCall 3 has had the chance to be able to use the services and functionality developed in OpenCall 1 and OpenCall 2. This is what makes the strength of our ecosystem, I believe. And there is still other question. In particular, it is mentioned that only one project use JSON LD. So I don't know if you want to comment on that, Vlado.
On the JSON LD, I think this is in the core. It's not only one project. This is like really something like almost like a standard. So I'm not sure the comment what is about, but definitely in our projects, we build on top of semantic web standards. So these are including the W3C OWL language, and then more simplified languages and JSON LD, of course. We've been working on such initiatives for 15 years and more, especially with this linked data, collaborating with Søren Auer and others. So I think this is definitely in the focus, and it's addressed by all means in the project.
Okay, one more comment. So NG SILD was developed by Etsy a long ago. So this is one more comment also.
Yes.
Consider.
I mean, this type of solutions exist really for a longer time, and also this linked data, I mean, really for a very long period of time. I think that actually what we provide in the project are even more advanced mechanisms of how one can, let's say, connect to a knowledge graphs and use knowledge graphs. For example, the DKG project or the ONTOSpace and graph chain projects of ONTOCHAIN are developed to exactly address all these aspects, and they're much more richer and following semantic web W3C standards by all means. So the integration of semantic knowledge bases together with blockchains have been explored starting from Open Call 1 in this project.
Maybe Thanasis, you want to add something more on that?
Yeah, first of all, I want to stress that this solution was specifically for data oracles, for semantically annotating and really making comprehensible information out of data oracles, including on the trustworthiness of this data. The other thing that I wanted to say was about this off-chain data sharing, which is not very related to the Desmo LD, but it is related to other interesting problems that we are facing, or that we faced in ONTOCHAIN, and we are facing also in the new big project that we are having, the trust chain, which is I mean, and this largely, I have to say, an open research topic. I mean, there is no widely acceptable solution for off-chain data sharing, which is privacy aware, which can do data provenance, which can really make sure that there is no illegal copying of the data and traceability, and that actually monitors the data handling according to the GDPR rules and the consent that was provided by the user. All these are really open topics. And to say that off-chain data sharing has been solved, I totally don't agree with this.
Okay, thank you, Thanasis. Still one comment. iFortress Consortium of Fireware and iShare are building blocks for CEF. Okay, is there any question related to that comment? Okay,
so
maybe we
can think about Fireware initiatives. I mean, we've been also part of this and collaborating, and maybe you know that we have a follow-up project in which you will see also some integrations with infrastructures that have been supported and developed throughout the 5WARE initiative. So this is, I think, very well aligned, but what we provide here is much richer solutions and more flexible, as you saw, on interoperability on different levels and other things.
So I don't know if there is any question for the project, for the application, for the services. This can be interesting and for the discussion. If not, we will move slowly to the end of this summit. And actually, I just want to say that we are going to have a look to a first look to the answer that we get in the survey. So let's move to that, and Alexandra, if we can have a look. So maybe the next slide. So the first question is about described in one word the key benefit that the ONTOCHAIN software ecosystem can deliver to you. So in this cloud, there is, we can see a big choice for trust, but there are also other aspects that are orchestration capabilities, swift EV charging service, interoperability, value, streamlining possibilities. For some, this is nothing. This is a bit, yes, it could be great to have your comment on that more than only one word. So I hope we will have the possibility to discuss about this. And also modern. So these are the first answer. I don't know if one person of our consortium want to react on that. Maybe we can move to the next question. What are for you the main existing ONTOCHAIN features that can facilitate its adoption? So we have here first usability, flexibility, customizability, optimal. The free aspect also are important. Decentralized service and application payment system, the Babelfish registry features, the diversity of features and various options, and the blockchain adoption. Thank you, Alexandra, for that. The European footprint, the platform for application for some people that are developing apps, and still one answer that is as of now nothing. So we will have to also search on that. So please, yes, Alexandra, you can move to the next one. What ONTOCHAIN service demo better suit your need? So most that fit my use case. So Gimli, OntoSSI Vault, Babelfish, and the one that appears the most is DFEV. So of course, the survey is not finalized right now, but we have a good overlook of what people like or find usable. So next slide. What may constitute a barrier preventing you from using ONTOCHAIN services? So constraints, force majeure, accident, lack of support from a big company. The cost of the system fees must be at the best of the market. Complex on-chain implementation procedure, available time, geographical factors. Maybe, I don't know, we can react on that, Vlado and Thanasis, or even Alberto, or the other partners of the consortium. There is still some other answer also, maybe Alexandra, if you want to go back. Duplicating or reusing existing technology, smashing everything on same platform, and thus creating bloatware. Unnecessary complexity. Blockchain is not the answer, just one or a possible solution out of many. Complexity of use also. So
I want to reflect on this. The fact that it is very complex for us to develop this and design this doesn't mean that it is complicated for the end user. I mean, you have to really understand that the user perspective is a different thing. And you saw some apps, for example, this create application or this dev application. I don't think that they were more complicated than the usual applications that we are using. So all complexity is hidden, and everything is transparent for the user. Now, regarding the blockchain, yes, for every technology, there are some people that really could argue against the technology. For me, it's a useful tool to achieve some distributed, decentralized consensus on some facts. And I will stay there. And whenever it's needed to have some decentralized consensus on some facts and go forward, then blockchain is going to be needed. Otherwise, we can trust the government, then we are fine. I mean, okay, so it's a technology, nothing more. And we combine with semantic web, we combine with all other technologies and all front-end technologies or all back-end technologies, like scripting languages we are using, like Angular, like whatever you can imagine is combined there. Like the HTTP protocol vastly. And yeah, and after all, we try that the complexity for the end user is not different than the usual applications, the mobile applications, especially that he is used to be using every day. So I think that this complexity, it may have seemed to be complex, but it's not complex. And also, we are not smashing together everything in a single platform. This is a decentralized platform. This is a totally decentralized platform. So there is no centralization. It's by nature decentralized. All third-party services are decentralized. We have servers running everywhere, all around Europe. So there is no there is no centralization there. We have to have this in mind. Okay. So yeah, probably. The material was very complex and too much material to digest, and some misconceptions could be conveyed, could have been conveyed, but I want to clarify these things. Thanks.
Yeah,
thank you, Thanasis. Vlado, please.
I also agree to this. Yes, I think, yeah.
Okay. So let's move to the next. Maybe one thing that I can say also regarding the application, of course, ONTOCHAIN is still ongoing. So there might be also some refinement in the last month regarding the user interface and all this stuff. So this goes also with the fact that at the end, all that will be developed with ONTOCHAIN will be user friendly, and this is also something important to us. So next please, next question, Alexandra. Would you consider to use the ONTOCHAIN services? So here we have 70% of yes, and maybe 20% and 10% of no, which is, I think, interesting also. So if you select yes, please say why and what for. So optimization of existing as well as future developed processes and or features which guide the business and enhance our capabilities. I would use ONTOCHAIN services to spur the development of a fully decentralized economy for our food hinterland initiative. To be honest, I love blockchain technology, and I am glad to see a project build its apps using this futuristic technology. For testing the apps without a third party. I don't know, Alexandra, if there are still some, I would try services provided. So here we can see that there are many possibility for which ONTOCHAIN is envisaged to be used. Well, once again, I don't know if some of the panelists want to reflect on that. Seems not. So the last, I believe this is the last question. In your opinion, what is missing in the ONTOCHAIN software ecosystem? Suboptimal, as well as unoptimized processes and breeding capacities. There should be more application, text and launchpad, public support, administration. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, please.
Yes, regarding the previous comment, I was looking at it. I didn't know this food hinterland initiative, and I looked at it in the web. So, if you would be so kind to contact us after this summit, it would be very for us to hear what you are to do and how we could help for this food hinterland initiative that you are dealing with. Okay, thanks.
So if I move on, thank you, Thanasis, for that. If I move on, yes, so public support and administration using it, etc. One other answer is I don't know yet. I'm just learning about ONTOCHAIN. And finally, clarity, simplicity, easy to use aspect. So here are the first answer that we get. I think that, of course, we are going from our side to digest this, but all the participants, I believe, will receive a survey also very quickly. So maybe this will be the possibility for the ones that are a bit shy in expressing their voice in Slido to also provide some comment at that time. What I can say is that I really thanks everybody for your participation, either as a panelist, as keynote speaker, and of course as a presenter, and the attendance in general. Hopefully there will be again a summit, an ONTOCHAIN Summit 3. So we are working on that. We are working on the sustainability of this platform. And we just want to encourage you to stay tuned regarding this ONTOCHAIN project to have a look to his future. So thanks again. Maybe some small word from our technical coordinator and our innovation manager. So Vlado, if you want also, and Thanasis.
Thanks from my side. I think it was an excellent opportunity for us to really get in contact with the wider audience and tell them what we are doing and our vision, and hear them back to see what are the potential issues that people really would have with such an approach and such a platform. Thank you very much for your participation from my side, and don't hesitate to contact us and provide any written feedback, or even to ask questions, or approach us for potential collaboration in future initiatives. So thank you very much.
So just last but not least, I just want you to remind that we are organizing these 2 hackathons end of July and beginning of August. So we will be very pleased to look forward for your application or any kind of interest in this in these 2 hackathons. As you have seen, it's not so complicated to apply, so please visit our website. This is the ONTOCHAIN Summit and Hackathon page, where you can go and see everything for your application. Apart from that, thanks again, and with this last word, I think we can close this second summit. So thank you. Bye-bye.